Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to the clerk. Go straight in.
Yeah.
The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this grievance debate in relation to a number of issues that I'd like to raise. My home on the Gold Coast is defined by its natural beauty, its unmatched coastal lifestyle, and its sense of community, an incredible sense of community. And it's no wonder that our region is one of the fastest growing regions in Australia. But with that growth comes some very real challenges. Challenges that cannot be ignored, delayed, or dismissed. Our infrastructure, our housing supply, and essential services must keep pace with the people who call the Southern Gold Coast home. During my very first day in this Parliament, I sat down with the Leader of the Opposition and the CEO of Experience Gold Coast, Mr John Warne, to ensure our city was front and centre of the national conversation. I'm pleased to say the Liberal leader was receptive, engaged and committed to working with us on practical solutions for our city's future. Deputy Speaker, it's important that our city has a long-term vision, a plan that manages population growth and tourism by planning smarter and investing strategically. And as we look to the future of public transport in our city, interconnectivity is key. The Southern Gold Coast cannot be an afterthought in the government's infrastructure map. We must be better connected to the rest of southeast Queensland. I've spoken many times before about the extension of the heavy rail from Varsity Lakes all the way to Coolangatta, with stops at Burleigh Heads, Eleanora, and going down towards the airport. That's a common sense project that would absolutely transform our region. I think about the many Southern Gold Coast locals who commute on a daily basis up to Brisbane. They, at the moment, have to get in their cars, drive to either Varsity Lake Station or Robina Station, park their cars and then get on the train on the heavy rail to Brisbane. Now, this would remove that congestion on our roads and in particular on the M1 as well. And it would not only support those Brisbane commuters, but it would also provide direct access to the Gold Coast Airport, which is one of the nation's fastest growing gateways. And that means we will finally have a situation where people can land in the Gold Coast and be able to commute directly to Brisbane. This extension would take cars off the road, it would connect people to jobs and tourism, and it would make the southern Gold Coast a stronger, more livable community. Daily congestion continues to choke our roads and frustrate many residents. It affects tradies heading to work sites, parents on school runs, and visitors travelling to our beaches and local businesses. I really want to see upgrades that ease that congestion, that improve safety, and that support our growing community. And in a similar vein, another priority of mine is to see a solution to exit 82 on the M1. This is the double roundabouts, the notorious double roundabouts in front of the Robina town centre. It's an absolute traffic bottleneck and a single choke point which wastes thousands of hours in lost productivity each and every year. It creates a gridlock every day that affects local residents and businesses alike. The people of the southern Gold Coast deserve infrastructure, and infrastructure investment that is based on need, not postcode politics. Now, Deputy Speaker, another issue that I would like to raise and touch on in this grievance debate is in relation to Medicare. Locals are currently telling me that access to a doctor, affordable medical care, and the strain on our health system are top-level issues that face them and their families. And over the past year, bulk billing rates in my seat of McPherson on the southern Gold Coast have fallen by 12%, making it harder for many people to see a GP without facing significant out-of-pocket costs. This decline is placing real pressure on households, particularly older Australians, young families, and those managing chronic health conditions. Now, Deputy Speaker, it's disappointing to have a situation where we have people who have worked very hard and contributed to our economy and to our country, and they're now in a situation where they're having to choose between meals and medical care. Now, that's not the Australian way. Local GPs are telling me that the current funding arrangements are not keeping up with the rising costs of providing quality healthcare. And as a result, we're seeing more doctors being forced to stop bulk billing or limit the number of patients that they can see without fees. Now, I recall a time where the Prime Minister said that all you need to be able to see a doctor is your Medicare card. That's not the experience that we are seeing on the southern Gold Coast. Locals need their credit card. And what this means is that we are seeing longer wait times, higher fees, and more people putting off getting important medical treatment. Affordable and accessible healthcare has always been a fundamental part of the Australian way of life. Every individual deserves proper healthcare, and no one should have to choose between paying household bills and getting the help they need. Deputy Speaker, in the time I have left, I'd also like to touch on another issue that is important not only to people in my electorate of McPherson, but it's something that I get correspondence on and interactions with members of the broader Australian community in relation to. And this is the concept of government expenditure and even, dare I say it, government waste. We are experiencing a significant cost of living crisis in Australia. When I am out in my community, and I have had the opportunity to continue doing a number of listening posts at shopping centres, at the Burleigh Heads markets, at the beaches, people come up to me and speak about the issues that matter to them. And there is no doubt that individuals, that businesses are struggling at the moment, whether it's the increased costs of housing, the increased costs of renting a shop front, or whether it's the increases to prices at grocery stores. People are struggling and cost of living remains their number one concern. Now, at a time when we in Parliament and when a government is trying to, manage this, we are seeing government expenditure blow out of proportion. And there are a number of different instances which form a broader pattern of government waste. that we have seen. Now, this week, it's quite timely for me to speak about this. We've seen the revelation of what's been happening with the bomb website. Over $96 million for a website. And it's a website that we have received terrible user feedback from. That's one example of something that the government has done, which is wasting the hard-earned taxpayer dime. Everyday Australians, including those in my electorate, are frankly sick and tired of this kind of government waste. They work absolutely bloody hard, and the last thing they need is for the government or bureaucrats in Canberra to be wasting their money. One of the biggest frustration points for people in my community is in relation to the energy costs that they're experiencing at the moment. We've had a conversation through my office, and I've had the opportunity to go and meet with a number of small businesses, but there's one in particular in my electorate where they've seen electricity prices go as high as $7,000 a month.
Wow.
Now, that is something that is absolutely unconscionable, and I don't know how long businesses can deal with that. While that is happening, Chris Bowen's Climate Change and Energy Department has spent $350,000 on taxpayer money on diversity, equity and inclusion initiatives in the last 3 years alone, including $61,000 on an inclusion strategy and action plan. Now, that's just telling about Chris Bowen's priorities at a time when energy costs...
I'll just remind the member to use the Minister's correct titles, please.
That is telling of the Minister for Climate Change and Energy's priorities at a time when energy costs have risen by almost 40%. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a number of issues I've wanted to touch on today, but this is a grievance debate, and we do have significant concerns in our community. As an opposition, we're always prepared to work constructively, but it's disappointing to see the direction that this government is taking us, and my community is bearing the brunt of it.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Chifley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I begin not with grievance but inspiration because today I had the pleasure of meeting Jameson Dustin, a bright Year 12 student from the Chifley electorate, and his mum, Cheryl, who proudly... Both of them sit behind me, but Cheryl in particular is rightly proud of her boy. Jameson was the award recipient of my first speech with the Speaker, and I wanted to read his speech into the chamber and basically seize every credit for all of his hard work in doing so. But it showcases thoughtful young leaders we have in Western Sydney and the issues that they want to bring to light. And I just want to be able to read the speech that he has submitted to the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Australia's education system is failing its students, and the problem stretches beyond exams. When I say education, I'm not just referring to textbooks, curriculums and syllabi. Rather, I define education as the holistic development of individuals, something that I believe is often overlooked within Australian schools in exchange for a focus on academic achievement. And whilst countries like Sweden integrate life readiness skills with strong academic standards, Australian NAPLAN results indicate that 33% of students are not even meeting the baseline expectations in numeracy and literacy. Whilst I acknowledge the importance of academics as a Year 12 student, I'm currently surrounded by peers who are constantly stressed about the HSC, stressed about what ATAR they'll receive, stressed about failing to meet expectations. Mr. Speaker, I believe that a student is more than their marks. This chamber cannot ignore the evident effects of failing to address educational development beyond teaching students maths and Shakespeare. One such avenue for a better system is the implementation of a financial literacy program. Research from the University of Newcastle has found that, quote, greater financial literacy leads to better life satisfaction. Moreover, ASIC reports that people experiencing financial challenges are twice as likely to be experiencing mental health challenges. However, despite calls from ASIC and other institutions, a financial literacy program is yet to be implemented across Aussie schools, meaning that the over 330,000 young Australians facing financial insecurity each year are exposed to the triple-edged sword of an outdated, underperforming education system, a widespread cost of living crisis and growing rates of mental health issues. There are endless opportunities to better Australia's approach to holistic education. Financial literacy programs are just the start. So, Mr Speaker, when will it be enough? Our system needs change because today isn't good enough, but together tomorrow's could be. Well said, and I just want to commend Jameson on that terrific speech.
Hear, hear.
Deputy Speaker, I happened to receive a little book, treatise no doubt, Aiming Higher, Universities and Australia's Future, written by George Williams, who occupies the role of Vice-Chancellor of my old university, Western Sydney Uni. Quite a read. In particular, what leapt out to me is his quote, "Today, universities find themselves in a distressing position where their very social licence is in question." A concerning quote at that. Mr Williams has done a bit of a speaking tour. Once he's completed that, I wouldn't mind if he did a speaking tour of the Blacktown local government area, where he could explain to the folks of our region why he is closing the only campus in the Blacktown local government area. The University of Western Sydney was started under a former federal Labor government as a result of reforms by the Hawke Labor government, driven principally by the notion that if you see it, you'll be it. And that is, we wanted to encourage more Western Sydney kids to be able to go to university.
The division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent division. And I call the member for Chifley.
Thank you. And in establishing those universities, particularly one in Western Sydney, it was important to send the signal that we wanted people to progress in terms of their attainment of education skill. Sometime later, and I'm proud to say I went to that university and it did open up an opportunity for myself as first in family to go. In the mid-1990s, the person that I'm proud to call a friend and who was the member of Chifley before me, Roger Price, had championed the concept on soon-to-be vacated Royal Australian Navy land, HMAS Narimba, that we use the opportunity not to sell that land off, but to put on one site senior high schools, public and private, TAFE and a university, so that we would then boost educational opportunity in that area. The Western Sydney University now is looking to shut that campus down, which is an absolute tragedy, because what it will mean is it will take out, in one of the largest council areas of Western Sydney, the only university campus. What is extraordinary about that is that the university and the Vice-Chancellor said to me the reason they were shutting it down is because it was a poor student experience. You would think that a university would devote itself to improving the university experience by investing in that area. Instead, to deal with a poor university experience and student experience, the university is removing its presence. And the Western Sydney University, and I've watched this and many others have noticed it, are centralising most of their facilities in the, many others would describe, the eastern suburbs of Western Sydney, Parramatta. They're not doing it to increase the number of Western Sydney students going to that university. They're doing it to try and get students from the east of the city and betraying the very reason the university was set up in the first place. It's unacceptable. And in the process too of shutting that campus, they're also shutting the Western Sydney Childcare Centre, the Western Sydney University Childcare Centre at Narimba campus, which is leaving many parents distressed. It's abhorrent conduct, quite frankly, from them. Over the decades, that early learning centre became more than just a childcare facility. It became the cornerstone of early learning in the Blacktown local government area. It's a licensed 50-day long care service. It's not just simply the closure of the building, but it upends the lives of many families in my part of the region who are not only losing a major university presence, but a vital early childcare service as well. And the university's response has been disappointing, saying that they're taking the step because it's, quote, not economically viable. But don't worry, we'll prioritise transfers for affected families to other early learning campuses, meaning that if you're living as a family in the Blacktown area, the closest one is now 25 minutes away, and that's if you get in. Otherwise, you're driving 40 minutes to Campbelltown. It's just not on, and it's just wrong. We have the biggest local government area in Western Sydney. We will now not have a significant university presence in there. And again, if Mr Williams wants to wonder why people are questioning the social licence of universities, he can just look straight in his own lap at the decision that he's made to shut down that campus. It's unacceptable. The other thing that I quite distinct from that I'm keen to see is we have a urgent need for improved public transport in northwest Sydney. One of the things I've been championing is the extension of the Northwest Metro rail line from where it stops at Tallawong to St Mary's. This would be huge for residents in booming residential estates, but also existing ones as well. For whatever reason, the New South Wales Liberal government decided they would stop the rail line at Tallawong and have a huge gap between there and St Mary's, making absolutely no sense. In its 2023-24 budget, the New South Wales Minns government committed $40 million to develop the business case to expand it, and I commend them for doing this business case. I do believe, as the Prime Minister rightly noted earlier this year in giving a speech to Western Sydney residents, that the missing link of the metro is Tallawong to St Mary's. He's absolutely right in making that observation, and I believe that a cooperative, collaborative approach by both levels of government will be transformative for our part of Western Sydney. I've had thousands of residents back a petition calling for the extension of the metro. Building that metro line and extending it will then open up the opportunity to develop the next big central business district in the Blacktown local government area of Marsden Park. We will be able to build a functional, properly working, attractive central business district that will obviously be the biggest central business district in our part of Western Sydney. And importantly, it will create jobs right to where people live. And so having the Metro connect up with the upgrade that is already been announced and is about to commence on Richmond Road means we'll get public transport, road networks and a focus on a satellite city in Marsden Park. But we need to do that by working together, federal and state government. We need to build the extension to the Metro from Tallawong right now.
Thank you, and also to your wonderful constituent for their contribution too. Thank you. Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are living in dangerous times. Our most senior defence leaders, intelligence agencies and strategic experts have been clear. Australia is facing the most dangerous strategic environment since Second World War. Conflict breaking out in our region is no longer a remote possibility. The Defence Secretary and the Deputy Secretary have respectively warned that the risk of an incident has heightened over recent years and that the trajectory is becoming more risky, not less risky. The Director-General of our Domestic Intelligence Agency, ASIO, recently warned that China is conducting multiple attempts to scan and penetrate critical infrastructure in Australia and other Five Eyes countries. According to Mr Burgess, they are targeting water, transport, telecommunications and energy networks, pre-positioning for a potential sabotage of critical infrastructure. These grey zone activities appear to be increasing at the same time as the Chinese Communist Party undergoes the largest military build-up of any nation since the Second World War without providing any strategic assurances. These are by and large agreed facts within Australian politics. Where we disagree with those opposite is how we should respond. Alarmingly, the Albanese Labor government seems content to respond to the increasing challenges of today on yesterday's budget. Earlier this month, it was reported in The Australian that the ADF's 3 service chiefs have told Defence Strategic Review lead Sir Angus Houston that they are being forced to slash their sustainment budgets. One example is the revelation that under Labor, dozens of workers maintaining and upgrading the F-35 fighter jets have been redeployed to comply with budget requirements. Such decisions leave critical platforms and the nation exposed at a time when we can no longer rely on an extended warning time. So it begs the question, what is the purpose of having multi-million-dollar equipment if it is not properly maintained and ready for use at a moment's notice? I mean, honestly, if conflict were to break out, I don't expect the enemy just to sit around and just wait for Australia to catch up. Now, while sustainment appears to be on the chopping block, we are also not investing in new capabilities, and this is where Australian defence industry is suffering. Obtaining nuclear-powered submarines through the AUKUS partnership is a generational opportunity for our security and for Australian industry that must be realised. But delivering AUKUS should not come at the expense of other capability requirements. As the Leader of the Opposition called for in an address on national security last week, we need to meet this moment with seriousness, urgency and action. That begins with increasing defence spending to at least 3% of GDP. This should include investing in mass missile production and the development of an integrated air and missile defence system, allowing us to detect and destroy missiles fired at the Australian mainland. We need a greater ability to rapidly build, deploy and resupply unmanned and autonomous weapons systems. We should be learning the lessons from Ukraine in rapid drone development and continue work on undersea weapons systems. Critically, we also need to develop a greater sovereign capability for satellite connectivity. Whether it's missile defence, drones, strike power or intelligence, communication is key. And without our own satellites, we are left exposed and dependent on others. Unfortunately, last year, the Albanese government, they cancelled our largest defence space project, JP 9102, and which would have provided locally controlled and operated geostationary communication satellites and ground stations. Now, even the projects Labor say that they are committed to are not moving at speed. And you only need to look at the Henderson shipyard in my home state of Western Australia. The latest warning on progress at Henderson came last week from Austal CEO Paddy Gregg, who has raised the prospect of Western Australia losing out on multi-billion-dollar shipbuilding contracts. He has called for less talking, more doing from the government and has said we haven't seen a whole lot of action and we don't have long to wait. This stands in stark contrast to the Minister for Defence's claim that work at Henderson is happening at a pace. Well, I think we all know it's more like at a snail's pace. Labor was elected in 2022 and stalled decisions on the Henderson redevelopment. Still, they don't expect planning to even be completed by 2027. The Coalition fully supports the vision for Henderson as a defence precinct that will deliver continuous shipbuilding, starting with Army's Landing Craft Heavy and then the domestic build element of the Megami program. It will also be the site to support the sustainment of Australia's surface combat vessels and will play an important role in delivering the AUKUS agreement. As a contingency docking area for our future nuclear-powered submarine fleet and the site of depot-level maintenance, including graving docks. It is essential we get this right. Labor's failures on defence extends well beyond preparedness. Unfortunately, there are too many incidents of this government treating our defence personnel and veterans in a disgraceful manner. And I don't need to look too far to see this problem with an ongoing issue surrounding the closure of the Flying Start Childcare Centre at RAF Base Pearce in the southern part of my electorate. Defence families stationed in Bullsbrook were recently given just 3 months' notice that Flying Start would be closed and that they would need to find alternative arrangements. With such short notice and proximate centres being near capacity, defence families face substantially higher out-of-pocket costs and longer commute times. I was contacted by one defence family who noted that the reasoning for the closure, apparent increased aircraft noise, just didn't add up. 7 weeks ago, I wrote to the Minister for Defence and Minister for Defence Personnel asking for clarity. Sadly, some 7 weeks have gone by and despite multiple follow-ups with the Minister's officers, I am yet to receive a response. Worse yet, the defence families who have reached out directly to multiple WA Labor MPs have also been ignored. I mean, come on. This is no way to treat our defence families. To make real and substantial gains in recruitment and retention, we need to make defence an attractive proposition for families. Labor's approach to making decisions without input from personnel or veterans was also evident through their shameful proposed changes to the Defence Honours and Awards system. The Defence Amendment Defence Honours and Awards Appeal Tribunal Bill 2025 was introduced into the House in August without any consultation with the Coalition or key stakeholders in the ex-service community. When it made its way to the relevant Senate committee, there were 74 of 75 public submissions that outlined strong opposition to the bill, so that's 74 out of 75. The only submission that supported the bill was from the Department of Defence, who just happened to be the author of the bill. This bill would have stripped away appeal rights of the ADF personnel and veterans and placed a 20-year time limit on the actions of our servicemen and women. This effectively put a use-by date on "we will remember them." Absolutely disgusting. Thankfully, the Coalition was able to secure the support of the Senate crossbench to force the Albanese government to withdraw this legislation. So those opposite will try and to say we're just picking fights and that Labor really is in the corner of our veterans. Well, the actions don't show that. We didn't hear one word of condemnation from those opposite when former Prime Minister Keating launched his disgusting slur on the former National RSL President and retired Major General Greg Malek. And let me just remind you what the former Prime Minister said. He had a crack at Major General Malek, who'd used his Remembrance Day address to warn that we need to lift defence spending to deter growing regional threats. For the crime, Mr Keating branded him another RSL dope. He accused him of wanting to drag us into a military exchange with the Chinese, who, according to Mr Keating, have never held an intention to attack Australia. In times like this, we should be listening to people like Major General Malek, who has served our nation in uniform for 50 years. That service should be met with respect, not insults. Unfortunately, the Minister for Veteran Affairs, same minister who won't get back to me on the Flying Start Centre, who introduced the Honours and Awards recognition legislation, chose to rebuke Major General Malek, not Mr Keating. Not good enough.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the way that my electorate of Menzies was for far too long neglected as a safe Liberal seat since it was created in 1984. Sadly, being a safe Liberal seat meant that the people of Menzies were taken for granted. I've seen firsthand, growing up in Doncaster and raising a family in Donvale, how much our area has been left behind and ignored by successive Liberal governments. Ultimately, this is one of the things that drove me to put up my hand. I knew our area deserved better, and I remain honoured and humbled that the people of Menzies supported me to represent the area I grew up in and that I love. I say to the people of Menzies, I will never take your vote for granted. I will never stop listening to you, I will never stop advocating for you, and I will do everything I can to deliver for you. That is why, as often as I am able, when I am in Menzies, I attend community groups, I attend schools, I attend sporting clubs and citizenship ceremonies, and that is why I knock on people's doors and call them on the phone and stand around on the street at places like Blackburn Market and Macedon Plaza, and that is why whenever I'm here, I take the opportunity to meet with ministers and other members of our caucus to raise the issues that my community raises with me and advocate for better services. For too long, successive Liberal governments treated the families of Doncaster and Doncaster East and Bulleen and Templestowe and Warrandyte and other areas in my electorate as if they were safe political assets, an electorate to be banked, not to be invested in. When an electorate is viewed this way, neglect is inevitable. It creates a culture of arrogance, a belief that the community is not worth engaging with, listening to, or advocating for. Consider, for example, our local infrastructure. Anyone who spends time on Ringwood-Warrandyte Road near the Warrandyte Five Ways intersection or on the crowded corridors heading towards the Eastern Freeway understands what long-term neglect looks like. For decades, locals have raised concerns about the Warrandyte Five Ways intersection. Over 8,000 cars go through there every day, but there are blind corners and near misses all the time. They raised concerns about safety and school drop-off congestion. They complained about more time spent in traffic than at home with family. Local Liberal MPs heard these concerns, acknowledged them, and then did nothing. That is why this Labor government, with my advocacy, has committed $25 million for upgrading Five Ways intersection at Warrandyte for planning and early works, and committed $5 billion for the North East Link project. This will ensure that local trucks are taken off roads, and the widening of the freeway will make sure that local families can get home quicker and safer and spend less time in traffic. That is what actual investment is and actual action looks like. That is what delivering for Menzies is all about. Congestion punishes parents on the school run, it drains productivity, it costs tradies time and income, and there's been a lack of investment in public transport as well, which forces people into cars even when they would rather use alternatives. Manningham, in the northern part of my electorate, is the only electorate in metropolitan Melbourne that doesn't have a train station. That is why we are investing $2.2 billion in the suburban rail loop east, and why in recent weeks, when the Prime Minister visited Melbourne, he pledged further support for the suburban rail loop to be detailed in the upcoming budget. Consider as well our local sporting infrastructure. Now, it has been a privilege to get to know our local sporting clubs better, to meet their volunteer committees and see how much their members, young and old, get out of participating in sport. Yes, there are health benefits, but more important are the benefits to being part of a community united around a shared love of footy or soccer or cricket, basketball or netball. Speaking with these clubs, time and time again, I heard how the growth in these sports meant that clubs were straining against the constraints of ageing infrastructure. There was increased interest from women and girls in participating in sports, but no change rooms to accommodate them. Netball and soccer are absolutely booming in Melbourne's east, but the pitches couldn't meet the demand for training sessions and for matches, so people had to travel far away in order to play a game. That is why I'm so proud to have been able to secure meaningful investment in our local clubs, including $3.5 million for key facility upgrades for the Bulleen Templestowe Basketball Club, which will mean that they can have female-friendly change rooms and upgrade their facilities to meet regulations. Go Boomers. We are also committed at the election $3.9 million for upgrades to Sparks Reserve for the Box Hill United Soccer Club, which will mean that they can upgrade one of their pitches to a synthetic pitch and play and train more of the year and have to play less games away. Planning is already underway with our great local councils on delivery of these commitments. Consider as well our arts community. Now, we have a fantastic local arts community. Recently, I've been able to attend the Box Hill Artists Association's exhibition, Box Hill South Neighbourhood House Art Show, the Box Hill Rotary Art Show. Again, our arts infrastructure has been neglected, and there was no better example of this than the Warrandyte Arts old firehouse. It was literally eaten by termites and falling apart, so that if you're walking around you'd worry that your foot would fall through the floor. And I'm proud to have been able to deliver $187,500 to repair this iconic local building and make sure that the Pottery Group can continue to use this space to grow their group and all the benefits that come from artistic expression, but also community that it brings. Take as well our local health providers. Now, under the coalition government, of course, Medicare rebates failed to keep pace with the cost of care and bulk billing decline. When I'm knocking on door, local families and retirees and young people complain to me that they found themselves paying more out of pocket to see a doctor. Now, we know that primary health care is not a luxury. It is a foundation of a healthy society. Yet, those opposite froze the Medicare rebate for almost the entire time that they were in government last time. First under the previous opposition leader, and then for 6 years under the current opposition leader. People across Menzies watched as public health funding was cut nationwide, while they waited longer for GP appointments and sat on waiting lists for specialist services. Our government is turning things around, so from the 1st of November, our tripling of the Medicare bulk billing incentive kicked in. We know that 17 GPs across Menzies have expressed interest in becoming fully bulk billed, and that means that local families will be able to get the health care that they need when they need it without out-of-pocket costs. And what about education? Now, in Menzies, we pride ourselves on the schools across our suburbs. They are full of dedicated teachers and students who want to excel, and families who move into the electorate, actually, for high-quality education. We have some of the top performing public schools in terms of BCE results in the entire state. But this kind of excellence doesn't come without the necessary investments. And for more than a decade, again, across Australia, including those in Menzies, schools were left underfunded. Liberal governments treated public education as an afterthought. We have delivered increased funding for every single public school in Menzies, closing the gap and increasing the proportion of federal funding to 25%. full and fair funding for every single school in Menzies on an as-needs basis, finally delivering on the promise of the Gonski model. Neglect also extended to our local jobs and economic growth. The eastern suburbs should be a powerhouse of innovation and enterprise, yet little was done to cultivate new industries or support our local retail and hospitality sectors or attract high-value research and technology. Many small business owners...
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or the subsequent division.
too eager myself. A bit different.
Put a sergeant coming out to do it.
No, we just early in the morning for sergeants.
Oh, okay. Well, we've got a quorum, so we've got a quorum, so we can stuff on system. Yeah, that's right.
So we start.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is one of the most successful multicultural nations, and Wentworth reflects the richness in every one of our schools. Our students come from more than 100 cultural and linguistic backgrounds, with the largest Jewish community in the country, alongside a large LGBTQIA+ community and various multicultural and multi-faith communities. But diversity alone does not guarantee belonging. In recent years, school leaders and students have raised concerns with me around exclusion, prejudice and rising anti-Semitism in particular against the Jewish community, as well as broader social pressures that our young people face. These concerns led to ongoing discussions with principals throughout 2024 and 2025, which made clear that the next step had to be student-led. That is what brought us to Wentworth's first student-led social cohesion roundtable, hosted by Rose Bay Secondary College last week. School leaders emphasise that meaningful change must come from the ground up. As Principal Kathy Archer said, we can talk a lot as school leaders, but if we want something meaningful to come out of this, we need to lead with the students. The roundtable brought together 37 students and school leaders from 9 public, private, independent, faith-based and non-faith schools, supported by facilitators from Together for Humanity and the New South Wales Board of Deputies. Both organisations helped create a space where students felt safe to speak openly, disagree respectfully, and explore how trust can even be built when views differ. Students told us that learning how to disagree well is a skill they urgently need. One school from a faith-based school described how eye-opening it was to learn about diversity within neighbouring schools, including active LGBTQIA+ groups and cultural clubs that help students feel welcome. They reflected on how microaggressions affect not just only the Jewish community, but also Islamic students and people of different races and cultures, and how seeing other models of inclusions, in quotes, opened my eyes to how many different ways of belonging can be supported. Another group said it was so rare to have the chance for deeper conversations with peers from different schools and social backgrounds. One student said to the round table that, in quotes, it got me thinking about how we can solve these problems in our school and in our community. Another said that the most powerful lesson was learning to step outside your own bubble and approach others with empathy. Rabbi Zalman Castell, founder for Together for Humanity, noted the burden placed on young people who face racist jokes and reminded us when they show great resilience, they should not have to carry this responsibility alone. By the end of the session, the optimism in the room was clear. Students began imagining practical ways to build bridges, strengthening belonging and support younger peers. Early next year, we'll bring them back together for a co-design for a shared initiative in 2026. Young people show that when they're trusted and heard, they can lead with courage, clarity and compassion, and that gives me great hope.
I thank the member. Their division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. Proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we live in an era where information flows faster than ever before. Protecting what little privacy we have left is so important. Every day we're asked to share more and more of our personal details, and details that often go far beyond what's necessary. Every year Australians do the right thing. They fill out their tax reforms and return their forms, abiding by the law and contributing to the system that supports our nation. And as a government, we have a responsibility to do the right thing by them, to respect their privacy and protect their personal information. Recently, a constituent of mine contacted me to something that caught his attention. On page 8 of the tax return for individuals 2025, there is a question asking applicants to specify their spouse's gender. The options, male, of course, female, or intermediate. And he started to ponder why this question is asked when earlier on in the form and after in the form it asks for your spouse's date of birth and name, Christian name, first name and surname, therefore having all the details. So one has to question why. Why is this question in there? Why does the ATO need to know the gender of your spouse? What purpose does this serve? Does it affect the amount of tax you pay? Does one receive a benefit for being in a heterosexual relationship? Does one receive a benefit for being in a same-sex relationship? Or is there a penalty for being in either one of those relationships? Of course not, Deputy Speaker. So why is this question there? Why is this question there? That's what this constituent is asking. And this issue, as I said, was raised by a constituent in Adelaide who wrote to me with genuine concern, and I couldn't agree more with their questions. We're told to accept people for who they are, to respect diversity, individuality, yet here we are asking Australians to disclose personal details that have no relevance, absolutely no relevance to their tax obligations. This is not a census. This is a tax return. It's not the census that we do every few years where we want to know lots of details. It is a tax return form. Its purpose is to calculate income and ensure compliance with tax law, not to collect unnecessary demographic data. So I ask again, what does the gender of a spouse have to do with claiming one's tax income? Deputy Speaker, we live in a society, as I said, overflowing with information. Every click, every form, every interaction leaves a digital footprint. And with that comes a responsibility to ask only what is necessary and nothing more. If we do not need to know, then why? Then we should not ask. So, as I said, the gender of your spouse does not matter, not in the context of a tax return. So why should it be included in the 2026 tax return form? It shouldn't. And, Deputy Speaker, I've written to the Assistant Treasurer to ask these questions and to ask why this is in there, and hopefully I'll have an answer soon. We must protect what little privacy remains, because once it's gone, we will never get it back.
I thank the member for Adelaide and call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The CSIRO is our country's national science agency. For more than 100 years, its goal has been to improve the lives of people everywhere through science. Its scientists and researchers are looking at the big issues like climate change and AI. They're behind amazing innovations and many have become part of our everyday lives. The CSIRO invented fast Wi-Fi, plastic banknotes, long-wearing contact lenses, low-gluten barley, Aerogard, which I think is incredibly important this summer, the Hendra virus vaccine, the popular total wellbeing diet, and so much more. But now this important organisation is facing job cuts. 350 scientists and researchers are about to lose their jobs. More than 800 support staff have already gone in this past year. The jewel in our science crown is being forced to make tough decisions because the federal government funding has not kept up with the reality of rising costs. And where will these cuts come from? Well, all across the country in areas such as mineral resources, agriculture and food, health and biosecurity and the environment. This is not a time to skimp on science. We need scientists, we need research, and we need them here in Australia. It's so important we have sovereign capabilities. If we lose those incredibly skilled people overseas, we won't get them back. Not only will we lose their experience, but their breakthroughs as well. And while this funding shortage for research and development is at a critical juncture, our young people are still being encouraged to go into STEM degrees. What's the future for them? Why would they go into science if there are no opportunities? Where will Australia find its future science leaders, its future researchers? And what will happen to the potential life-changing discoveries and breakthroughs? These CSIRO cuts are the tip of the iceberg, and Australia's investment in research and development has been steadily declining for the last 15 years. It's now just 1.68% of GDP, and that's well below the OECD average and well below what we need for our country's future. So what can we do? Well, for a start, we need to put on hold those 350 cuts that are predicted, cuts of scientists and researchers, and that will require a $75 million investment by government. In the longer term, we need to make research and development a priority by boosting our investment to around 3% of GDP. That investment needs to be long-term and sustainable. If we don't invest in research and development, we don't innovate. We'll lose our best people, we'll lose our brightest minds, and our best ideas will all go overseas. And where will that leave us as a nation? I implore the government to look at this issue carefully. It's just a nonsensical, short-sighted decision. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Mayo and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Malankara Orthodox Syrian Church is one of the oldest Christian traditions in the world. It traces its origins to the travels of St Thomas in the 1st century. And I'm very honoured that my electorate of Hughes contains the St Thomas Cathedral of the Malankara Orthodox Syrian Church. And it was my honour this week to welcome His Holiness Moran Ma Basilios Mathoma Matthews III to Sydney last week on behalf of the Australian Government. His Holiness is the Catholicos of the Indian Orthodox Church throughout the world and the spiritual leader of Malankara Orthodox Syrian Christians. His visit was a moment of great significance for the Indian Orthodox community in Australia and in Hughes. It offered an opportunity for families, young people and elders to come together in celebration of their heritage and their faith. This sense of unity and pride was on display at the dinner held in honour of His Holiness at St Thomas Indian Orthodox Cathedral in Wattle Grove in my electorate of Hughes. The warmth and generosity on display from the congregation was outstanding and reflected the strong community spirit that defines so many of our local cultural and religious groups. And it was amazing to see so many people from different Orthodox and non-Orthodox traditions of Christianity come together in a spirit of ecumenism and recognise the significance of the moment of His Holiness's visit and acknowledge the deep spiritual connection that his presence provided. Hughes is home to a thriving and growing Indian community, and events like this highlight the value of multiculturalism and the way people from diverse backgrounds strengthen our nation. We were deeply honoured by the presence of His Holiness and grateful for the time he spent encouraging and uplifting those he met. I also want to pay tribute to him for his long-standing efforts to promote peace, mutual understanding and the importance of living with purpose and service to others. And it was also great to meet with His Holiness again this week in Canberra during his visit here, and I want to thank him for his commitment to Indian Orthodox communities in Australia. It was also a great privilege to attend the opening of Sylvan Vale's new head office in Sutherland. Sylvan Vale has been a significant part of the community in the Sutherland Shire for decades. But this milestone represents a continued commitment to support people with disability and strengthen services across the Sutherland Shire. It's operated for over 60 years and has built a reputation for delivering support that's practical, respectful and centred on the individual. The new Sutherland head office brings staff and services together in a modern space designed for collaboration and better outcomes, and it creates a strong base for the organisation's future and reinforces Sylvan Vale's long-standing connection to the Sutherland Shire. I congratulate Sylvan Vale on this significant step and thank them for the contribution they continue to make to our community.
I thank the member for Hughes and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, the Gladstone community was taken by complete surprise by Rio Tinto's decision to cut production at the Yarwun alumina refinery at Gladstone, impacting some 180 jobs. The site currently employs around 725 people and produces about 3 million tonnes of alumina per year. And the decision comes just months after Rio's announcement of the potential closure of the Gladstone Power Station come 2029 and also the flagged closure of the Tomago alumina smelter near Newcastle. And I would like to put it on the record that my thoughts are with the impacted workers first and foremost. They've got mouths to feed and rent to pay, and they're just trying to make ends meet. And while I acknowledge Rio Tinto have stated that they will make every effort to find opportunities for these impacted workers, the level of uncertainty for these workers and their families and the alumina industry in general especially this close to Christmas, is very concerning. Deputy Speaker, how many industries and how many jobs need to be lost until this Labor government wakes up and understand that their reckless energy policy are destroying our manufacturing capability in Australia? In the past 5 years, Australia's lost over 7,000 direct jobs in heavy industry, with a further 73,000 relying on taxpayer support to survive. Last month, it was announced up to 1,000 jobs are in immediate jeopardy at the Tomago alumina smelter due to soaring energy prices. In that same month, the federal and Queensland governments announced a rescue package of $600 million over 3 years for Glencore's Mount Isa copper smelter and the Townsville refinery. Without government handouts, more than 600 direct jobs and a further 500 jobs at nearby Phosphate Hill facility would have been lost. This is another example of the government's having to subsidise heavy industry due to high energy prices. The same high energy prices that are a result of Labor's reckless renewable energy policy. Deputy Speaker, I've got many questions for the Minister for Energy and this government that I want answered. For the hard-working men and women in the heavy industry, mining and resource sectors, what does their future look like? I mean, honestly, why do they have to give up their jobs to appease the government's targets? That is what is happening. Deputy Speaker, while the Labor government is committed to shutting down industries that power and build this nation to reach international emissions targets, I'm committed to fighting for every single worker in central Queensland, and I will continue to fight to protect their jobs.
I thank the member for Flynn, and I call the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government is delivering better access to affordable healthcare services across Melbourne's northern suburbs. On 1 November, our government rolled out the single largest investment in Medicare's history, an expansion of the bulk billing incentive to all Australians so that more people, including people across all of the suburbs that I represent, can see a GP for free. This is an investment that will deliver an additional 18 million bulk bill visits each year nationwide.
It's a quorum. Oh, which ones? Yeah. Is that it? I can't find the quorum one. There's a quorum being called in the House of Representatives. Yep.
We can continue if they want to. Yeah, we don't have to.
Do you want? Okay. In continuation. Yep.
In that case,
call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So I visited the Epping Medical and Dental Clinic, one of 6 clinics in my electorate that have returned to fully bulk billing on the 1st of November, billing the total number of fully bulk billing clinics in the Scone electorate to 13. And Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to say the response right across my community has been incredibly positive because people remember the threat of the GP tax. People remember the impact of the Medicare freezes, but thanks to Labor's changes, all that people need in the Scone electorate or right around Australia to access high-quality GP services is their Medicare card. Now, of course, the work that we've done to back in GP services complements the existing and fully bulk billed Epping Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, which saw over 14,000 presentations in its first year in operation, making a huge difference. And I also want to recognise the Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic, which has been providing women right across Melbourne's northern suburbs access to a service that provides specialised care in a community that for too long was denied access to this kind of service. So I'm very grateful to my friend, the Minister, the Assistant Minister, I should say, for Health and Women, Rebecca White, at the Epping Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic, where she announced an additional 11 endo and pelvic pain clinics to be rolled out across Australia, making a huge difference in those communities, the same difference, the same impact that I have seen in the northern suburbs. So, Deputy Speaker, Australians in the northern suburbs of Melbourne and right around the country understand that Labor is the party of Medicare, and only an Albanese Labor government can be trusted to strengthen it and the social compact that depends on access to healthcare. Now, Deputy Speaker, I also want to recognise and thank women from right across the Scone electorate for the really incredible response to the pink ribbon morning tea that my office and I hosted a couple of weeks ago, focused, as many others around the country are, on raising money and also, critically, raising awareness about breast cancer. This is an incredibly important cause, one that probably touches everyone in this building and everyone across the communities that we represent. Breast cancer, of course, carries a lifetime diagnosis risk of 1 in 7 for women and 1 in 612 for men. It's a cause that I'm proud to support. We were so fortunate to have Nicole and Gracie from Breast Screen Victoria attend to share expert advice on what to look for, how to minimise risks and even to book on-the-spot breast screen appointments, something that was really welcomed by community members. They reminded us that early detection is the most effective way to prevent serious illness or death, making the Commonwealth-funded Breast Screen Australia a crucial piece to our national fight against breast cancer. So I want to thank my electorate office team for organising this event, and in particular for bringing together some diverse community leaders who can be trusted sources of advice to women who might otherwise not have been persuaded to take this vital step for themselves, for their families and for our community.
I thank the Minister and I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise today to draw the attention of colleagues to a matter of urgent concern. It's the escalating coastal erosion at Southend in my electorate and the recent failure of the application by the Director of Engineering Services at the Water Range Council for federal support under the Disaster Ready Fund. Southend, a small coastal town, is experiencing terrifying coastal erosion. Strong waves and wind from the Southern Ocean have stripped away metres of sand from the beachfront. In some areas, up to 3 metres of sand has been lost in just one season alone, exposing steep drop-offs, threatening the local caravan park and forcing the closure of Main Beach due to safety concerns. This is not only a blow to local residents, but a real threat to the town's future as a tourism destination. Water Range Council rightfully sought $1.8 million from the federal government through the Disaster Ready Fund to implement key erosion mitigation works. Their vision included not just short-term sand replenishment, but durable infrastructure to secure the beach, defend assets and preserve the natural beauty that underpins the region's identity and economy. Yet their application was rejected. That decision requires scrutiny, Madam Deputy Speaker, because responsible early investment now will prevent far greater loss in the years ahead. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, this is not an isolated incident. A number of regional communities across my electorate face similar pressures. Flinders University research warns that the data is still limited, but what they measure already shows a worrying trend. Repeated storm events are preventing natural recovery, leaving dunes permanently eroded. Furthermore, in South Australia's Department for Environment and Water has recognised the urgency through the Coastal Protection Board's grant program. Water Range Council applied for funds to address erosion, flooding, sand drift and other coastal risks. They received $32,000 from the state government for detailed design work at Southend. But this is only a small fraction of what is required to actually undertake the works. It's vital we invest more and federally in this region. Failing to act now will result in greater damage to public infrastructure, community assets and local businesses. Madam Deputy Speaker, I call on the relevant minister to urgently review the circumstances surrounding this unsuccessful application and work directly with the Water Range Council and the Southend community to identify an immediate pathway. Southend's coastline is one of the Limestone Coast's great natural assets, and with timely assistance we can ensure it remains intact for generations to come. This is not just a local issue, it's a clear opportunity for the federal government to support community taking responsible, forward-looking steps to protect itself. Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge my colleagues across the aisle to stand with their fellow Australians at Southend and provide the support they deserve and in fact need.
I thank the member and I call the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been a massive few weeks in the Perth electorate. I want to share with members a few things that are happening that make me particularly proud to be the federal member for Perth. Firstly, Perth has been officially selected to host the Gay Games in 2030. This is the first time that this global celebration of sport, culture and inclusion will be held in Australia. I want to congratulate the organisers who have put together an outstanding, successful bid. I want to say thank you to Pride WA for the work that they have done in putting this bid together, and I am looking forward to seeing the values of participation, inclusion and respect ring loud through the streets of Perth as our world-class city hosts that event. Secondly, I want to share with this chamber an exciting moment that happened just this weekend in celebrating a massive milestone for a much-loved community club in my electorate. The Bayswater Bowling and Recreation Club celebrated their 90th anniversary. They were formed just after the Great Depression and just after Western Australia voted to leave the Commonwealth. But they have gone from strength to strength to strength. They kept that community together during World War II, and they have become an inclusive, welcoming club that now boasts more than 1,000 members in the heart of Bayswater. They embody the community spirit of the community which I represent, and I want to congratulate all of their life members and all of the club committee for the outstanding work they do to build an inclusive sporting club of which anyone is more than welcome to be a member. And finally, this week saw, on Monday, the opening of the East Perth Common Ground project. This, as many would know, the Common Ground model has been a huge success in Brisbane and Melbourne and around the world. We didn't have one in Perth, and that has now changed thanks to investment from both the Albanese Labor government and the Cook Labor government, making sure this 14-storey complex with 112 self-contained apartments can provide support for the most vulnerable in our society. People who are living on the edge, living on the street, or have been at serious risk of homelessness. It's got 24/7 support services, and it brings all of the services that people need in an excellent location in East Perth, right where it makes perfect sense to have it connected to some of the other good services that are provided for those doing it tough in my electorate. I want to thank all who've made it possible, those who've helped build it. I was there with Minister Claire O'Neill just a few months ago, seeing it being the final bits being poured, and now it is open. It's a tribute to everyone who's built it and now everyone who runs it, and I'm very pleased that that additional support is now available.
Thank the Assistant Minister and I call the member for Lyne.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the work of Gary Crawford and Mick Downs, who have been instrumental in envisioning and establishing the Wingham Amateur Boxing Club. The club is a small volunteer, not-for-profit organisation conceived by Gary and Mick, two ex-Australian Defence Force veterans, with the intent of providing free boxing and coaching fitness to young people aged 13 to 18 in Wingham and surrounding areas. Gary, who will be the primary instructor, has been involved in amateur boxing since the age of 8. After serving in the Australian Army for 5 years, Gary began coaching as a way of finding purpose. Gary was a boxing coach for 6 years at the PCYC in Taree and trained local youth weekly, often taking competitors to Dubbo, Cobar, Parks and various locations interstate to participate in organised bouts and championships. Gary was approached by Wingham locals inquiring if he would be interested in starting a boxing club in Wingham with a focus on local youth. Gary agreed, but with the proviso that the service would be free. Gary's partner in this venture, Mick Downs, spent over 20 years in the Australian Army. He has various qualifications in fitness and combative training obtained while in the ADF and has experience working with youth through the Australian Army Cadet Scheme. Seeing a community need for after-school and weekend activities for local youth, Gary and Mick decided to establish the club with the aim of providing free fitness and boxing training tailored to varying individual skill, experience, dedication and confidence levels, as well as a communal safe space for local youth. Participation in fitness or boxing classes is not mandatory, and all are welcome to use the facilities to observe, study, complete homework and to generally socialise in a safe, strictly alcohol and drug-free environment. I recently visited the club and can tell you that the feedback around town is extremely positive, with many teenagers and their families excited about a local free boxing club and the many social, physical and mental benefits such an organisation has and is having. Deputy Speaker, this opportunity would not be possible without generous donations from the community who have already provided boxing rings, bags, gloves, beanbags, lounge chairs and study tables. I would like to acknowledge the work of locals John Caldron, Secretary Kelly Anderson, the Wingham Anglican Church, Reverend Brian Ford and Don Smith, who are playing an instrumental role in the club's development. With the recent floods that caused substantial damage throughout Wingham, the need for a positive, inclusive community facility whereby fitness, health, safety and mentorship are prioritised cannot be overstated. I therefore congratulate all involved in its establishment and extend my full support.
Thank the member for Lyon, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Darwin and Palmerston and much of the top end were buffeted by Cyclone Fina on the weekend, with territory resilience and spirit shining through once again. A big shout out to all the people of the Solomon electorate, those living in Darwin and Palmerston, but all Territorians across the top end for their work to prepare ahead of Cyclone Fina and its aftermath. I want to thank everyone who worked, all the first responders, everyone working in our hospitals, everyone who assisted. And that work continues to clear the roads and to getting the lights back on. The Albanese Government, in partnership with the Northern Territory Government, has activated disaster recovery assistance. Power has been restored to many homes, but many suburbs are still without power. People needing urgent assistance should visit the Welfare Recovery Centre at the Marara Indoor Stadium. And as the Minister for Emergency Management said today in question time, in order to facilitate the recovery process, financial assistance has been made available under the Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements, DFRA, to provide immediate relief to individuals and families that have been displaced by Cyclone Fina and any flooding. Further information is available on the Secure NT website or call the Cyclone Fina hotline on 1800 888 901 between 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily, and after that through normal emergency numbers if you need assistance. Witnessing the response of Territorians reminded me once again of the stories of bravery and fortitude that were shared at the Cyclone Tracy 50th anniversary commemorative event that we held in Darwin with the Prime Minister and the Governor-General in attendance on Christmas Eve and on Christmas Day last year. The organisers of those events, remembering Cyclone Tracy, brought together many of the survivors to reconnect, to remember and to reflect when we lost at least 66 lives. More than 70% of Darwin's buildings were destroyed, and it was Australia's worst peacetime disaster in modern times until, of course, the devastating Black Saturday bushfires in 2009. But it was the largest peacetime evacuation in Australian history, with 25,000 people evacuated by air, 7,000 by road. 1 week later, just 10,000 people remained in Darwin. We've come a long way since then. Thankfully, there were no serious injuries this time around. But again, 50 years ago, as the Darwin community rallied together, it's important to note that this cyclone was a Category 3, but in Darwin only a Category 1, and it can get much worse. Don't become complacent.
Thank the member for Solomon, and I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. More than 200,000 Australians, many living within my electorate in the Redlands, spent part of their working lives in the United Kingdom. They contributed to the system, they paid their national insurance contributions, and they earned the British state pension. Unlike the Australian age pension, the British state pension functions more like a superannuation scheme. It is an entitlement purchased through years of compulsory contributions made by workers and their employers. Yet for those who choose to retire in Australia, that entitlement is frozen at the moment that they receive it. No annual increases, no inflation adjustment, no recognition of rising living costs, nothing. A pension that might start at £155 a week in 2016 stays at £155 forever. Over time, it's not just inconvenient, it's devastating. In real terms, many retirees have seen the value of their pensions cut in half. What makes this even more unjust is that this policy is not applied universally. Pensioners living in the United States, across Europe and in 6 other Commonwealth countries have their payments automatically indexed every year. But Australians, among Britain's most loyal, long-standing and dependable partners, are singled out for inferior treatment by having their pensions frozen. Bernie from Alexandra Hills wrote to my office about this. He left home at the age of 16 to serve in the British Army, where he served for 11 years before emigrating to Australia. He went on to serve for 20 years in the Queensland Police Service. And when he turned 65, he claimed a part British pension. He was given £45 a week at the age of 65, and that is exactly what he's on today at the age of 80. This is not only unfair for the individuals who earned these pensions, it's also costly to Australia. As their frozen pensions fail to keep pace with living expenses, many of these retirees must rely more heavily on our own social support systems. Our government estimates that Britain's frozen pension policy costs Australian taxpayers over $100 million every year. For these reasons, this issue is something that federal government should be taking up directly with the United Kingdom government at every opportunity, and certainly I took the opportunity recently when a UK parliamentary delegation was here to raise some of these issues with them. It is simply discrimination, plain and simple. It is unacceptable and not the way for a friend to treat the people of a nation that has stood beside them in war, in peace and in partnership. These Australians deserve far better. And my heart goes out to many British people who are mourning the loss of the cricket team earlier this week. But can we say this simply is not cricket, it is not fair, and it is not a way to treat a loyal and long-standing friend.
Thank the member for Bowman. I call the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a former school teacher, I know just how far a little recognition can go. When we celebrate a young person, we build confidence, spark ambition, and strengthen character. That is why the Deakin Shield Awards are all about. Each year, every primary and secondary school in Deakin is given the opportunity to choose students whose achievements truly stand out. This is a special occasion every year to highlight the efforts of our young people and remind them that their community sees and values their hard work. What makes the Deakin Shield so special is that each school decides what the award should honour. Every school community has its own culture, values and priorities, and its own goals for its students. This makes sure that every award is grounded in real experiences, real challenges, and real triumphs. The Deakin Shield, part of a long and proud bipartisan tradition in Deakin stretching back more than a decade, also reflects something bigger, a belief that every young person deserves a fair chance to succeed. And I'll take this opportunity again to say how proud I am to be part of a government that has put every public school on the path to full and fair funding. People in my community know that good outcomes and great education don't come about without the right investment. If we want students to achieve extraordinary things, we must give them the resources and opportunities that they need to do so. The Deakin Shield and our commitment to full and fair funding send a clear message that we believe in our schools, our teachers, our students. We want every young person to have the chance to thrive, to pursue great opportunities, and we're backing them to make it happen. I'm proud to play my small part in celebrating the achievements of so many people in our community. I'm sorry to miss a few presentations this week while I'm obviously here in Canberra, but I want to say to every award recipient, congratulations. You've made your families, your teachers, and your school communities proud. To everyone who has just wrapped up their VCE, congratulations on completing your exams. Enjoy a well-earned break, but please be safe, be responsible. We want to have you back in one piece in the coming months because whatever comes next, I believe that you'll be able to succeed, and I can't wait to see what you do with your talent and potential. Our investment in schools demonstrates our commitment to the future of young people, and we're focusing with free TAFE, with investments in making sure that courses are available to our young people to pursue whatever dreams they want to do, making sure they're not going to be bogged down in debt and unable to buy their first house before they reach a point in life where it's almost too late. We're investing in the next generation to make sure that they can aspire to live lives better than the ones our parents and ourselves were able to enjoy. That's the aim of the game. That's why we're in Parliament, and I'm so proud to be part of a government that is delivering for the young people of Australia.
Thank the member for Deakin, and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to acknowledge several respected West Australians whose recent passing has touched communities across Durack and beyond. Dr Erica Smythe AC was a pioneering geologist and one of the most influential leaders in Australia's minerals and petroleum sectors. From her early days cleaning crayfish during school holidays in Geraldton to senior roles at BHP and Woodside, Erica's career embodied determination, innovation and public service. She championed research and exploration in uranium, serving as the chair of Toro Energy and as non-executive director at ANSTO, Emeco Holdings and the Commonwealth Minerals Exploration CRC program. Beyond industry, she was a passionate advocate for scientific and medical research, particularly in diabetes. In 2018, she was appointed a Companion of the Order of Australia for her extraordinary contribution to industry and to the nation. Her passing leaves a significant void, and I extend my deepest sympathy to her family, friends and colleagues. Greg Weller was a stalwart of the WA Liberal Party and a tireless advocate for regional Western Australia. He dedicated more than 50 years of service across the Canning, Durack and O'Connor divisions and made a lasting impact on regional road safety. Through his long involvement with the Livestock Transport Association, Greg helped secure important improvements throughout the 1990s, including overtaking lanes at Bindoon Hill, prepared a stop signals on Perth's highways, and essential truck rest areas across the wheatbelt. These practical outcomes continue to keep motorists safe today. Greg and his late wife, Fran Weller, formed a formidable team, committed to sound governance and strong representation for rural and regional WA. Fran was a passionate educator and stood for the agricultural region in the 1993 and 1996 elections, and together they proudly supported the work of Liberal governments under leaders such as John Howard, Peter Costello and Richard Court. In 2013, both Greg and Fran received the Federal Meritorious Service Award from Prime Minister Tony Abbott, recognising their decades of loyal service. I enjoyed Greg and Fran's company very much. Both were never shy to share their point of view, and their advice was always intended to be encouraging and well-meaning. Greg remained engaged right to the end, serving as a Liberal Party Selection Committee delegate as recently as 2024. Former member for Geraldton, Shane Hill, whose recent sudden passing has been felt deeply across the Midwest, also leaves a lasting legacy. Shane served as a member for Geraldton from 2001 to 2008 with passion and a strong belief in opportunity for all. His dedication to community service will not be forgotten. I extend my sympathy to his family, friends, former colleagues and all of those who loved him.
Thank the member for Durack, and I call the member for Ford.
Deputy Speaker, I've like to start with a light-hearted observation about what I've got between my nose and my lips at the moment. November, I think we're about 24 days in now, and this is what I've got. But on a serious note, it is there to bring attention to men's health and especially men's mental health. I guess, you know, my experiences are very much informed about where I grew up in Broken Hill, outback New South Wales. Mining town, mining city really, of about 25,000 people, a working class environment to its bootstraps, tough, and it's really there that my early experiences of mental health were born, and even though Broken Hill's 1,400 kilometres away, really according to demographics, it's not much different to the area that I represent now. Tough working class people. And tough working class men. And there are two friends that I remember very much growing up with, and I'll use their first names because I haven't talked to their families for a while, but Jezza and Benny, just the rough, tough kids. Benny probably was one of the people that really sparked my interest in politics in many ways when we had a school strike, and Benny was the one who was really up there encouraging me, not that he cared about the politics behind it all, but he just wanted to have a day off. But he had that real sort of natural leadership, that natural gravitas that's really, just carried people with him. And Jezza, slightly different, really quiet, and just a lovely bloke. And neither of them are here anymore, my age. The only thing I think, people say that we shouldn't talk about suicide, but I think the only thing worse than talking about suicide is not talking about it. And why, I guess, why the focus on men? And I think that's because 75% of suicide victims are men. And if we can improve the mental health of opportunities for people to access mental health for men, I think we improve those opportunities for everybody. In fact, maybe it's typical of blokes, that it's the people who most often bring it up with me about mental health support for men are women, are the mums and the sisters and the daughters and the wives. In the last 20 seconds, I think that there are lots of positive things that we can do. When you look at mates in construction, in 2007 or so, when they started, that suicide rate of men in construction was way over the national average. Today, it's about the average and it's going down. So there are things that can be done. There are some timely interventions that can be made, and I think the Albanese Labor government's investment in mental health, particularly in the mental health, Medicare mental health clinics, is really going to hold us in good stead.
Thank you. The member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been another busy and uplifting period for our Southern Gold Coast community. I've met with local residents, businesses and community groups who've celebrated milestones and cherished the opportunities to come together as we move into the festive season. I'd like to extend my warm congratulations to all Southern Gold Coast students on a fantastic school year, particularly the Year 12s who celebrated their final day last week. It has been a pleasure to join our school communities as they wrap up the year and to help recognise students whose achievements, character and contributions make our community proud. Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to make very special mention and welcome of representatives from the incredible Currumbin Wildlife Hospital from my electorate, including Senior Veterinarian Dr Michael Pine OAM, who is here in the chamber today. Also joining them are representatives from the RSPCA and Australia Zoo. The Currumbin Wildlife Hospital do vital work in protecting our wildlife, and in 2024 they faced their most demanding year on record, admitting over 16,000 sick, injured and orphaned native animals, a surge driven by the devastating impacts of natural disasters, disease and ongoing habitat loss. The hospital has delivered groundbreaking progress through applied research programs that are changing the trajectory for some of Australia's most at-risk species, including our beloved koalas. Their team are here in Canberra this week to advocate for, amongst other things, certainty in their recurring funding. I'm proud to help amplify their needs to ensure that they can continue their vital work in conservation, research and caring for our wildlife. And I'd like to thank each and every one of the volunteers and the workers at the Currumbin Wildlife Hospital for everything they do for our community. Earlier this month, our community gathered for Remembrance Day to honour all who've served our nation to safeguard the freedoms that we cherish today. It was wonderful to see so many young people and also school groups who attended and took part in local services. This ensured the next generation carried forward this reverence for our veterans, and that is critical. In the lead up to Remembrance Day, I had the honour to meet 104-year-old Sergeant Audrey Kingsbury from the Coolangatta RSL sub-branch. Audrey served as an army signaller during the Second World War, and I was inspired to hear her story of service, her quiet strength, and her lifelong dedication and devotion to our nation. I thank Audrey and all of our veterans for their extraordinary service. None of us here would enjoy the freedoms that we have today without them.
Thank you. The member for Chifley.
Good to see you there.
Thank you.
I just wanted to let the Parliament know, if I may, about the incredible success of the 14th Annual Chifley Coral McLean Awards, a celebration of women whose compassion, leadership and strength continue to shape our community for the better. We also took the opportunity to raise funds for a local women's group, Community in Fellowship Together. I wanted to give a special shout out to our terrific guest speaker this year, journalist and radio presenter Chris Barth, who proved to be one of the most entertaining speakers we've had in a while, other than, say, the member for Riverina. Her warmth and wisdom truly struck a chord with everyone in the room. Each year, the awards honour the legacy of Coral McLean. Deputy Speaker, Coral was a woman who dedicated her life to social justice, reconciliation, community service. It was estimated that she devoted 100,000 hours of her time to people in our area. And even when she moved out of Mount Druitt and was up on the Central Coast, her door would be open to people who would travel to her in an hour of need, and she would be there for them, a tremendous Australian. This year's recipients, especially the Coral McLean Award winner, Sister Carleen Allen, could not have embodied Coral McLean's spirit more. For nearly 2 decades, Sister Carleen supported women, families and vulnerable locals through her work at Holy Family Parish, and she's a true pillar of compassion in Mount Druitt and the surrounding suburbs. We also recognised Chifley Woman of the Year, Hannah Shamoka, Chifley Young Woman of the Year, Arushi Dugal, and the MP Recognition Award went to Learning Grounds Cassandra Jackson. Each of these women give so much of themselves, from supporting vulnerable families, uplifting and inspiring young people, building bridges across cultures, generations, communities. Their stories remind us of something deeply important, that strong communities are built by people who care, people who show up, people who quietly change lives every single day. Our winners and nominees reflect the very best of Western Sydney. It's a dedication that they have, which is inspiring, it challenges us, it gives us hope for the future. And I want to thank every volunteer, supporter, performer and community member who helped make this year's ceremony such a success, as they do each and every year. And most importantly, I just want to thank the women that we honoured. Their work doesn't just strengthen our community, it strengthens the sense of who we are and makes our area a better kind of place to live. Thanks.
Member for Forest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And today I rise to commend 2 remarkable youth organisations in my electorate on achieving the truly extraordinary anniversary of 110 years of local operation. I was privileged to join the City of Bunbury Mayor, Jason McGuell, at their respective halls in Bunbury to celebrate this momentous milestone. Such longevity comes from an unwavering commitment of parents, leaders and volunteers alike over decades upon decades, and we owe them a deep gratitude for the contribution that they've made through time to our local community. As a former Sea Scout myself, and having sailed in the United States representing Australian Scouts in 2007, the core objectives of these youth organisations of building teamwork, self-reliance, patriotism and citizenship in our community are more relevant today than ever. I congratulate the Bunbury Sea Scouts and Bunbury Girl Guides on achieving a truly outstanding milestone. Deputy Speaker, in the heart of my electorate lies something very special indeed. The Ludlow Chewett Forest is the only remaining natural chewett forest in the world. The Chewett Ludlow Forest Restoration Group are a group of individuals who've banded together to work tirelessly to ensure that this special part of the world isn't lost to history. A few months ago, I had the privilege to see the local group in action. So a special thank you to Des, Holger and Phil for welcoming me, for their time and allowing me to understand more deeply the true scale of the work that the group are doing. To all at the Ludlow Chewett Forest Restoration Group, thank you for the energy and passion that you bring to our community. Your tireless work doesn't go unnoticed. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to recognise and celebrate the amazing work of local star Alexis McDonald. And I use the word star very deliberately because in 2019, at just 17 years old, Alexis McDonald created the app Her Help, a platform that serves as a safe and inspiring place for women to access support for issues such as mental health. The Her Help platform now reaches millions and millions of users across the globe. In 2023, Alexis was a recipient of the prestigious Diane Award to celebrate these achievements, but not being done yet, earlier this year she was named in the Forbes 30 Under 30 for the Asia region and more recently was a 2026 Western Australian Young Australian of the Year nominee. Alexis, congratulations. Thank you for the important work that you do in our community, but indeed across the world.
Thank you. Member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very proud to be part of a government that is delivering a better and fairer education system for all, because we know that education has the power to change lives. And as we approach the year end, the season of graduations, award nights, farewells and celebrations reminds us of just that. So today I recognise all the teachers, students, staff, families across each of the 50+ schools providing critical learning to young people in the Brisbane electorate. Together, this community gives our young people the opportunity to be who and what they want to be. So over the past recent weeks, I've had the privilege of attending many graduation and award celebrations across primary, secondary, public and private schools. Some of these: Aviation High School, Everton Park, St James College, Kedron State School, Marist Ashgrove, Mount St Michael's, Brisbane Girls Grammar and Kelvin Grove State College. I could not have been more inspired by the calibre of young people I met. Their achievements, their optimism, their strong sense of community that surrounds them. And it leaves me feeling incredibly positive about what is possible in our shared future. So to the teachers, principal and staff, thank you for your commitment to education, to care and to opportunity. You spend significant formative time with our young people, shaping them for who they will become. To the families and friends, thank you as well. Your encouragement, your patience, your tuck-shop duties, your packed lunches, your taxi services, those last-minute assignments, etc. All your presence has been vital. And to our students, congratulations, another chapter is closed. And for many, this time brings some mixed emotions. Maybe it's pride in what's been achieved, maybe it's excitement about what lies ahead, or perhaps even a little trepidation as graduates step into unfamiliar territory. But whatever the next chapter, whether it's university training, an apprenticeship, work, or even time just to explore the world, I wish them courage, curiosity and confidence. And in recent weeks, I also visited a number of primary schools who were looking at civics and citizenship modules. And we talked about democracy and what it's like being a member of Parliament and how they can be active members in our communities. Some of them even wrote to me in advance, expressing their views on the challenges we're facing. I got letters on cost of living, inflation, house prices, aged care, the war in Ukraine, a humanitarian approach to refugees. And once again, I feel very hopeful and inspired. These young students are on the cusp of finishing primary school. They have many distractions and interests, yet they're very engaged in our world and they're engaged with empathy, awareness and intent. These students are our future, and given their quality, our future is in very capable hands. Well done to all of them. And thank you to those in Brisbane who make our Brisbane schools vibrant, supportive and hopeful places.
The member for O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start this constituency statement with a big shout out to this year's school leavers as they celebrate the end of their school days and the beginning of summer holidays. You've all worked so hard, and I'm sure I join your parents, siblings and friends in congratulating you on this milestone achievement. I trust you're out safely celebrating at the end of your journey through primary and secondary education, sharing your joy with the friends you have made along the way and who will likely be there for you long into the future. I wish you every success for your brave new journey into continuing education, training or employment, and what I'm sure will be a bright future ahead. Deputy Speaker, in this, my final parliamentary speech of 2025, I take this opportunity to thank the entire O'Connor community for putting their faith in me by re-electing me for this 5th term. I promise to continue to work hard to represent your interests in Canberra and make sure regional communities like ours thrive and grow. O'Connor is an electorate of great beauty, varied and wonderful people and boundless opportunity. And at this time of the year, whatever your faith, I hope Christmas provides you with a time to reflect on the year past and make plans for the future. It's an opportunity to appreciate the simple things in life, good food, good friends, and the love of your partner and family. So I close by wishing you a Merry Christmas, a blessed holiday season, and a healthy, hopeful start to a terrific 2026. In closing, I'd like to say a big thank you to a much valued community asset that closed its business doors last week, the Esperance Weekender. A casualty of COVID, the town's previous local masthead closed in 2020, and the resourceful locals established a new weekly newspaper, the Esperance Weekender, to fill the news void. It was started more as a social enterprise than a business prospect due to a combination of economic uncertainty and what the local appetite for advertising might be. Editor Jeff Vivian had previous experience on another independent newspaper that had folded, the Great Southern Weekender. Jeff was appointed in 2022 and was still at the helm when the final edition hit the newsstands on Friday, the 14th of November. I pay tribute to Malcolm Heisman and his leadership of the tight team of locals who had a clear vision for a newspaper that would engage the local community, support local businesses and provide topical local news. To Jeff, Nikki, Greg, Clara and Rosalind, thank you for your dedication to the Esperance community and for producing a paper that delivered on its purpose until the end. I know that your drive and talent will stand you in good stead for the future.
Thank you. Member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, today I rise to pay tribute to one of Australia's greatest people, and that is Alan George Moffat. Alan Moffat was a Canadian-born race car driver who came to Australia and became up there equally as one of the best drivers that this country's ever produced. Alan and his good friend Peter Brock went toe-to-toe for a decade throughout car racing, and Alan's record still stands as one of the greatest we've seen through his Coca-Cola Mustang, the Boss 302, which won 2 out of every 3 races that was ever entered. 4 Bathurst wins at a time, and Alan and Peter are the only 2 who actually stand in Australian history to have won both in the 500-mile format and the 1,000-kilometre format. Alan has made a lot of people Australian cars. We think about the Tiranas and the GD Falcons. Of course, the 65E in 1971, which was I think one of Alan's greatest wins, where he solo drove from start to finish in a car and finished laps and laps ahead of everyone else. But in my favourite, I think Alan's win was 1977, the famous 1-2 finish, which I know for Holden people still hurts today when they watch that car 1 and 2 side by side down the track with his great mate Colin Bond beside him. And I was just reading some stuff on Alan the other night and read about the XC Ford commercial that was built back in '77, where Australia's top race car drivers were all lined up, and the car weaves between the race car drivers just to show how good the Ford Australian car was made. And it was Alan suggested the only person he would allow to drive a car with him standing on the middle of the road was his mate Fred Gibson, another great champion. Alan was someone who throughout his racing career was always seen as very much matter of fact. He was a kind of bloke who never suffered fools easily. He was always a great person to talk to, very knowledgeable and very friendly to share his time with. Unfortunately, as he got older, Alan suffered the ravages of dementia and has become an absolute icon in trying to raise awareness and deliver that through the Alan Moffat Foundation. His son Andrew told me about how he encouraged all Australians to honour his legacy by supporting the Alan Moffat Foundation for its work to assist others facing dementia. And I want to put on record my view that the support that he got from a great mate of mine, Phil Grant, throughout his later years was second to none. Phil really made sure that Alan's legacy was protected and that Alan as a person got to enjoy his final years with his friends and enjoying the stuff he did. So I pay tribute to him because Alan was a great hero of mine, and I think that with him gone and Peter Brock gone, we've lost 2 Australian legends, but Alan certainly stood head and shoulders above everyone, and there's a lot of people driving their Falcon GTs today that owe the value and the support of that because of the great work that Alan Moffat did. So, Vale Alan George Moffat, you are a champion.
The member for Brisbane is seeking the call? No? No? Okay, lovely. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025, resumption of debate on second reading.
I understand that it is the wish of the Federation Chamber to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Commonwealth Parole Board Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025 and the Commonwealth Parole Board Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. These bills are an important step in ensuring that for federal offences, there is an independent and effective process for assessing the risk of releasing an offender and an independent and effective process for determining whether to grant, deny or cancel parole and to set appropriate conditions for parole release. In order to do this, the bills make consequential amendments to Part 1B of the Crimes Act of 1914, which is the part of that legislation that deals with sentencing, imprisonment and release of federal offenders. There are 10 divisions within this part covering general sentencing principles, sentences of imprisonment, the fixing of non-parole periods and recognizance release orders, conditional release on parole or licence, including revocation of parole or licence, discharge without conviction, conditional release and alternative sentencing, unfitness to be tried, acquittal because of mental illness, summary disposition of persons suffering from mental illness or intellectual disability, including alternative sentencing for persons falling within those categories, and finally, the sharing of information in relation to federal offences. It is therefore entirely appropriate that these two bills would amend Part 1B of the Crimes Act of 1914 to establish a statutory independent Commonwealth Parole Board to make effective and risk-informed decisions about the conditional release and management of federal offenders and other detained persons. Federal offences are offences against the law of the Commonwealth, and a federal offender is one who commits a federal offence. It is only fair to the people of Australia that decisions regarding the release of federal offenders into the community are to be made following a carefully managed process that has at its heart community safety. Australians expect this and Australians deserve this. So what this means is that determinations about the circumstances under which a federal offender should be released into the community on parole is a critical decision. And these bills would ensure that these decisions are made by experts who not only have the qualifications, experience and knowledge to assess the risk posed to the community about whether an offender is suitable for release into the community on parole, but who are independent and impartial with no actual or perceived skin in the game, and that they are equipped to operate in an environment that promotes transparency and accountability. The bills, therefore, improve the integrity levels in the federal criminal justice system because of the way that these key principles will be embedded. So, how does it work? The Parole Board Bill will establish the Commonwealth Parole Board and set out the process and framework required to support the work of the board so that it can make the effective risk-informed decisions about federal offenders, including those who have been found mentally unfit to be tried or acquitted because of mental illness. The decisions are about whether these persons should be released into the community on parole or other conditional release arrangements. So by way of background, the purpose of parole is set out in section 19 AKA of the Crimes Act, being the protection of the community, the rehabilitation of the offender and the reintegration of the offender into the community. Section 19 ALA of the Crimes Act then sets out a comprehensive list of factors to be considered when determining whether parole should be granted. At the top of the list, quite rightly, is community safety and the risk to community safety that would arise if the person in question was released on parole. Other factors include the person's conduct while serving his or her sentence, the likely effect on the victim or victim's family of releasing the person on parole, the nature and circumstances of the offence to which the person's sentence relates, the person's criminal history, the risk of non-compliance with any parole order, the behaviour of the person when under previous parole orders, if that is relevant, whether releasing the person on parole is likely to assist the person to adjust to lawful community life, whether the length of the parole period is sufficient to achieve the purposes of parole, and then any special circumstances, including the likelihood that the person will be subject to removal or deportation upon release. Then, once parole is granted, the person is subject...
No, it's actually a quorum. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
If you're not on quorum, just you can wait.
I'll come back.
I'll wait here.
You can't wait to hear the end.
I can't.
The Federation Chamber is suspended because we're no longer quorate, so when the chair resumes, we shall resume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The objective that the Board be equipped with the tools to make independent, impartial and accurate decisions regarding parole and other forms of conditional release will be achieved in the Parole Board Bill. which provides the functions and powers of the board, the chair, the deputy chair, and outlines the board's decision-making arrangements, including convening meetings, quorum, voting at meetings, and providing for the appointment of those office holders and sessional members with the expertise to support the risk-informed decision-making required of the board. The board will also have conferred on it powers to make those efficient and effective, independent, risk-informed decisions about the conditional release and management of federal offenders and other detained persons. So the Consequential Amendment Bill, which will operate to amend the Crimes Act to give effect to the Parole Board Bill, one of the most important aspects of Schedule 1 to the Consequential Amendment Bill is that those amendments to the Crimes Act facilitate the shift of the decision-making responsibility regarding parole and conditional release from the Attorney-General to the Board in a way that ensures the transfer of parole decision-making functions from the Attorney-General to the new Commonwealth Parole Board occurs seamlessly and does not impact the effective operations of state and territory corrective services or law enforcement agencies. This is in order to align with best practice approaches in current operations in states, territories and internationally. And in this respect, the bill makes a number of changes to parole decision-making with the specific goal of providing the board with flexibility to ensure that decisions are made effectively and efficiently, but still in concert with the critical statutory protections and timeframes for offenders to be considered for parole. The current operation of the Crimes Act requires the decision-maker to consider an offender for parole before the end of the non-parole period set by the court and reconsider an offender within every 12 months after any parole refusal. At present, there is no discretion available for a decision-maker to defer a parole decision for any reason, which can have the unwelcome consequence of delaying or preventing rehabilitation or reintegration outcomes for offenders. Examples include where decision-making requires more information to be able to make a justifiable decision, but that information is not available ahead of the statutory consideration date. This would mean a decision would have to be made on the basis of insufficient information, which does nothing to promote public trust and confidence in the process. Circumstances also exist where there are obvious factors for a refusal that will take longer than 12 months for an offender to address, such as a sex offender treatment program that may take up to 18 months to complete. But because of the current 12-month statutory review provision, the decision-maker would be required to reconsider that offender for parole before they had a chance to complete their treatment, potentially resulting in a waste of resources and significant stress and anxiety to all interested parties. So to address these issues, Part 1B of the Crimes Act will be amended to provide the board with discretion to do a number of things: defer the initial parole consideration or reconsideration for up to 3 months if the board refuses parole, to set a date for reconsideration that is more than 12 months after the date of refusal, but no more than 24 months, to allow the board to interview an offender, to hear directly from them, and to seek any further information that is required to inform their decision. These amendments strike the right balance between the management of statutory deadlines and procedural fairness for federal offenders during that decision-making process, and with maintaining the statutory protection of regular parole reconsideration for offenders. To assist with the implementation of this board, the Australian Government has committed $28.3 million over 4 years from 2025-2026 and $7.3 million a year ongoing for the establishment and operation of the board. Now, finally, decisions regarding a person's ongoing detention following the conviction and sentencing for an offence necessarily engages with human rights. The bill engages directly and indirectly with several human rights pursuant to the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, including the right to an effective remedy, the right to a fair hearing, the prohibition on interference with privacy, the right to freedom of movement, the right to security of the person and freedom from arbitrary detention, the right to humane treatment in detention, and reformation and social rehabilitation in detention systems. With respect to the right to a fair hearing, the bills promote this because the board will be comprised of appropriately qualified experts that are impartial and independent from government, and its decisions will remain subject to judicial review under the Administrative Decisions Judicial Review Act of 1977 and the Judiciary Act of 1903, providing appropriate oversight. Existing procedural fairness obligations and review avenues will continue to apply, and an offender may engage legal representation or support should they wish to do so. The bill provides for the board to be able to hear from an offender by way of interview, thereby enabling more active participation in the board's decision-making process and supporting procedural fairness. Now, with respect to arbitrary detention, it's not arbitrary where in all circumstances it is reasonable, necessary and proportionate to achieving a legitimate objective. Federal sentences are only imposed following valid and lawful arrest and conviction for one or more Commonwealth crimes and following a fair trial in accordance with procedures established by law. Federal offenders who are sentenced to a term of imprisonment suffer deprivation of liberty only in accordance with the law, and these bills do not change this. The right to humane treatment in detention and reformation and social rehabilitation in detention systems for federal offenders is promoted by this bill because it requires consideration of a person's prospects of rehabilitation and reintegration into the community. The broad and expert composition of the board will ensure relevant experience informs the board's decisions. If the board refuses parole, it must provide written reasons for the refusal, which might include where an offender needs to engage further in custodial-based rehabilitation and treatment programs, which may ultimately positively impact access to and uptake of rehabilitation and treatment programs by offenders. The bills promote, on that basis, the right to humane treatment in detention and reformation and social rehabilitation in detention systems. The bill is compatible with human rights because it promotes the right to a fair hearing and the right to humane treatment in detention and reformation and social rehabilitation. And I commend the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
The member for Sturt and the Speaker who will follow me, the member for Blair, are both lawyers, and I respect that. But I cannot understand why Labor wants to outsource what should be the work of a minister, should be the role of the Attorney-General. And particularly for the member for Sturt, who one day may well occupy the Attorney-General's chair, I hope she does. Why would she want to be advocating for something that is going to lessen her role and responsibility in the Parliament of Australia? I just don't understand it. Now, there are only 4 speakers in the Federation Chamber on the Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025. Member for Sturt, member for Blair, member for Pearce to follow the member for Blair and myself. Now, this is an important bill. And sometimes when we look at legislation as legislators, we get mired down by perhaps the complexity of the particular legislation. And there's no question that the Commonwealth Parole Board Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill of 2025 carries with it a degree of complexity. But you don't need to be a lawyer. You don't need to have studied law to know that, once again, we're seeing this Albanese Labor government wanting to outsource its responsibilities. And what do they want to do here? Well, they want to outsource the responsibilities of the Attorney-General to a minister to a board. A board described by the member for Sturt as having transparency and accountability. A board that will have a carefully managed process, and those deliberations by the said board will have at its heart community safety. Well, let's hope so. Now, I like the member for Sturt. I do. I have a lot of time for her. She speaks on just about every bit of legislation, and for a new member of Parliament, I really admire that. I take my hat off to her for that. And I respect her for her successful law profession, legal profession. I know she studied in London. I know she mentioned the international experience. I know she also referred to the states as having best practice, and this is what the Commonwealth is now going to do. And let's face it, with a 51-seat majority, this will become law, unless, of course, it's held up in the Senate. But the Coalition is opposing this particular piece of legislation. The fact that the government is going to rely on a board astounds me. And the fact that more people aren't getting up and belling the cat also, I have to say, surprises me. Now, the board will replace the Attorney-General as the decision-maker for the management and release of federal offenders into the community on parole and licence, including the conditions under which they are released. And I know the member for Sturt mentioned those who have mental health issues. We know that federal offence means an offence against the law of the Commonwealth. We know too that a federal offender means a person convicted of a federal offence, and these sorts of offences include drug trafficking. Awful, terrible. They take lives. Child exploitation, nothing. Nothing is worse than that. Terrorism, which is a heinous act against society, or social security fraud. And let me put this on the record, that whilst people often think blue-collar crime is the worst, it's white-collar crime which also destroys lives. It does, truly. So federal offenders are people who should be locked up, people who need to have justice served on them, and justice must not only be done, but it must also be seen to be done. And I don't think this legislation, I don't think it achieves what society needs or wants, particularly at this important juncture, where we are in a society where there is so much hatred, there is so much divisiveness, and we see decisions made by Justice Belinda Rigg in early August, where despite the protestations of the New South Wales Premier Chris Minns, who I also have a bit of time for, and moreover, the New South Wales Police Force, those brave men and women in blue who go out every day and place their lives on the line to keep our state safe, they objected to a pro-Palestinian march on Sydney Harbour Bridge, and Justice Rigg allowed it. She went against the Premier of the state. She went against, worse still, the police in that state to allow that protest to happen. And what did we see? Well, we saw people waving Al-Qaeda flags. We saw people who support Nazism. We saw people who were writing slogans on the Sydney Harbour Bridge that this is colonialism, let's tear it down. One of the most iconic pieces of infrastructure in the world, which connects the north with the Sydney Central Business District, built in the early 30s during a time of Great Depression. And here we had these idiots, these, let's call them for what they are, criminals, wanting to tear the bridge down. And they foster hate. And yet now we see a Labor government that wants to outsource parole board responsibility to a board. And you know what we'll see? We'll see a board of woke wets, because that's what I fear that the board will be made up of. People who, let's face it, don't have, in my view, and this is my view, and people can have their view, because the great thing about democracy, you can have a view, and I can see the member for Blair grimacing, but you often see these decisions made at committee level that don't concur with what society expectations are. And it'll be like these focus groups, the political part. Don't shake your head, member for Blair. Just hear me out here. You know what focus groups are like with politics? It's the person who speaks first and speaks loudest, then just sways the rest of the committee, sways the rest of the focus group with what they think. And then all of a sudden, you know, the polls are going this way or that. I really worry when the government of the day outsources the work of the Attorney-General, and we've got a good Attorney-General. I really wonder what the member for Greenway thinks deep down in her heart of hearts about this particular legislation. Now, you'll tell me that she brought it to the chamber. You'll tell me that she thinks it's a good thing. But she's outsourcing her work. Why would you want to do that? To a board which is not elected, which is faceless. Well, you may think that, but we see these decisions and they crop up in our tabloid newspapers where they'll release someone, where they'll let someone out in society who, quite frankly, should not be allowed out into society. And we have seen it all too often in recent times with decisions made about people who came to this country, and then because they didn't have their correct identification, their correct paperwork, they put a little anklet, a little bracelet on their leg, and they were allowed out in society, and they recommitted offences. And people right across the nation, ordinary, average, I'll call them Mr. and Mrs. Average, were outraged, and they thought, why is our government doing this? This is not in the best interests of the safety and security of average, ordinary, everyday Australians, of our communities. And they're right. And they're right. And this is what I worry about with this particular bill. I do. Now, you may say that I'm off on the wrong tangent, but I don't believe that we should be outsourcing ministerial work to committees. Otherwise, why don't we just outsource everything to committees? And I saw it when Labor got into power in May 2022. Well, let me have my say, but Labor got into power in May 2022, and all of a sudden they wanted to outsource the regional infrastructure to a committee. And what have we got now? Well, we've got a pause on regional infrastructure. Ministers should do their job. Attorney-General is the title of the first law officer of the land. And I'll say this, and I'll put it on the record, I think we've got an outstanding first law officer of the land in the member for Greenway. She is an outstanding member of Parliament, and I think she'll make a very good Attorney-General. But I don't agree with this piece of legislation, because what I fear, and other members opposite can disagree with me all they like, but mark my words, down the track, when this becomes law, and it will, because we know that, you've got the majority rules, I get that, I understand that, recognise that. But you will see this committee make a decision in the future and people will just slump their shoulders and they'll go, oh, why is that board designated by the Parliament to do a job? Why did they allow that decision to take place? And you will. And member for Blair, you will too. And I think one day in the future you'll go, you know what, member for Riverina, you were right. We'll be in our dotage. We probably already are there. But you'll say, you know what, you were right. You were right. And that's what I fear. I just think this sort of legislation is unnecessary. Why is it happening? I don't get it. I mean, we've got the Commonwealth Parole Board. This legislation seeks to establish an independent. Well, it's always everybody's always making as if independent. That means that they are totally devoid of having political acumen or political decision-making ideas. And no one, let's face it, is really truly independent. They have to vote for someone, And they'll come here with their biases. They'll all be lefties. You can just see it. But anyway, I'll continue. Independent federal parole authority to replace the Attorney General. Why? I don't know. As the primary decision maker for parole of federal offenders. Currently, the Commonwealth is the only jurisdiction in Australia where elected officials make parole decisions. Good. Excellent. Fantastic. Let's keep it that way. The Parole Board Bill aims to depoliticise, go figure that one out, this process by appointing a board of experts. And experts, well, that's a drip under pressure, including legal professionals, law enforcement, psychologists and victims advocates to assess parole applications based on risk and rehabilitation potential. And you know what we'll see? We'll see these offenders, these federal offenders, making all sorts of wonderful applications and reasons as to why they should be released and why they should be out in the community, and you'll get this bunch of woke wets who'll go, oh yes, poor little Johnny, poor little Mary, they suffered a traumatised childhood, they should be released. Well, I say bunk them, and I'm sorry if I'm the lone voice against that, but you know, sometimes you've got to take a stand. Sometimes you can't be silent when you ought to speak, and I'm speaking, because I think this is a folly. This is a risk, and it's a risk to good law and order. And I'm no lawyer, and you could probably shoot holes in my argument left, right and centre. But I tell you what, I stand here for ordinary, average, everyday Australians who expect better. And they expect better from a government which they gave a landslide majority to in the number of seats, not necessarily the number of votes, but at the May election this year. And this legislation worries me. It truly does. The Parole Board will have the powers and functions to make decisions about whether convicted federal offenders are released into the community, and I just really worry about this, because what we'll see when the first offender is released by the first woke, wet, lefty board, and that's what they'll be made up of, and you can laugh all you like, but they will. Ben Fordham and the other shock jocks will have a field day, as well they should. And I hope they refer to my speech as the lone voice against it. I hope they say, you know what, the member for Riverina was right. He was right. He was 100% correct, because he belled the cat on this particular piece of legislation which should not be even being debated. Why we are outsourcing the work of the Attorney General to a bunch of so-called experts, I will never know. And that is why the Coalition will be opposing this all the way. Even if I am the only voice speaking against it, I think it's bad policy. I think Labor should go back to the drawing board on this, and I think the Attorney General should do the job that she was elected to do. She, at the moment, he may be in future, who knows, doesn't matter. We've got a good Attorney General, she should do a job.
The question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on the Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025 and the Commonwealth Parole Board Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. At the outset, the Albanese government's highest priority is keeping Australians safe, and to that end, the legislation will establish a new independent Commonwealth Parole Board which will strengthen community safety by empowering law enforcement and community safety experts to make critical decisions about whether convicted federal offenders are released in the community on parole and the conditions under which they are released. Determining what circumstances a federal offender should be released in the community on parole is a critical decision. The bills will ensure these decisions are made by experts who have the qualifications, experience and knowledge to assess the risk posed to the community and whether an offender is suitable for release into the community on parole. We believe these decisions should be made by law enforcement and other community safety experts, not by politicians. Currently, decisions are made by the Commonwealth Attorney General. Now, Deputy Speaker, parole decisions are complex. Hang on a sec. I think that we have a provision, or
it is a quorum.
Yep. No.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Don't worry.
I just got started.
The Federation Chamber is suspended and will resume once the chair takes the chair again. Thank you.
I call the member for Blair in continuation.
Trust and confidence in the federal parole system by protecting the rights of incarcerated individuals to have their applications for liberty considered in an independent, transparent, fair and accountable manner and address the risks of perceived political interference in parole decisions. Now, what we're doing here is very similar to what's happening in the states and territories, and it's important that we have separation of powers. I grew up under the Bjelke-Petersen regime where they had no respect for the separation of powers, and it's critical. It's absolutely critical. It's critical that we do so, and this is best practice, and it's happening across the states and territories, as well as international partners who we follow, and respect, such as Canada, United Kingdom, and New Zealand. Independent parole decision-making bodies are widely accepted as an improvement in the administration of justice, having been adopted throughout Australia. All states and territories have implemented parole decision-making schemes that provide a degree of independence from the primary decision-making from the executive. The Commonwealth is currently the only jurisdiction in Australia where elected officials make primary decisions about parole. Currently, once a federal offender is sentenced, responsibility for determining parole shifts to the executive branch of the government in the Federal Attorney-General and delegates within the Attorney-General's department, and that's the problem. That's exactly the problem, which the member for Riverina does not quite understand in terms of separation of powers. So a federal parole authority will help take the politics out of parole and address the risk of perceived political interference, ensuring apolitical, consistent and evidence-based parole decisions. And if we took it to took reduction ad absurdum for the member for Riverina, we would have no administrative review tribunal, we would have no federal circuit and family court, we would have no federal court, and we would have no High Court of Australia. That's the argument he's putting if you take it to the extreme, because everyone brings their own views and philosophies and beliefs into the system, but judges and people who engage in these particular roles in terms of parole board have to make decisions based on the evidence and the facts of the case and the law. That's the case. And at the same time as we're making amendments here, we provide the Commonwealth Parole Board with flexibility to ensure. Now, the background is really important. Member for Riverina should listen to this. The idea of a parole board is not new. It is not new. There's been a range of calls for an independent Commonwealth Parole Board over the years. as well as some preparatory work to establish such a board. Back in 1975, the former Whitlam government Attorney General kept Enderby, who's widely respected as a very important figure, not just in terms of the law, but in Australian Labor history, was reported as having early discussions with state justice ministers to establish a federal parole board back in 1975. And at different times, the Australian Law Reform Commission recommended the Commonwealth could and should establish a federal parole board, noting intractable challenges within the federal parole system. Then, during the Gillard government, the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs recommended the Australian government give further consideration to establishing a federal parole board in a report on the Crimes Legislation Amendment Powers and Offences Bill 2012. And more recently, the Law Council of Australia has called for an independent Commonwealth Parole Board, including in its detailed 2022 position paper, principles underpinning a federal parole authority. So, this is not new. It's been going on for 50 years, and it's about time we did it, because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do in terms of separation of powers. Now, given this history of expert and stakeholder support, the current environment, the government believes the time is right to establish a Commonwealth Parole Board. There are about 1,200 federal offenders currently serving sentences across every state and territory in Australia, which is more than the prison populations of the ACT and Tasmania combined. The current legislative framework is no longer appropriate given the significance in the number of Commonwealth criminal prosecutions and convictions since 1990. Now, we don't have the Minister, the Attorney General here, make decisions with respect to prosecuting people. We have the Department of Public Prosecutions, the DPP, that does that, because we live in a democracy that believes in the rule of law and the separation of powers. And that's what the member for Riverina could not understand. And that's why doing what we're doing is at the back end of this process. At the front end of the process, we anticipate and expect that the DPP will act in an apolitical way and act on the law and the evidence and the facts in determining whether someone gets prosecuted. We do not live in a communist dictatorship or a fascist dictatorship. We live in a democracy, a liberal democracy, where the rule of law is absolutely critical and the separation of powers is absolutely vital to respect human rights and liberties that we anticipate and expect all Australian citizens to experience. Now, the number of parole decisions at a federal level has continued to rise every year. More than 530 parole-related decisions were made in 2024-25, and the number of decisions has increased by 10% every year. On top of this, over time, the federal offender cohort has changed, and now that includes increasing numbers of offenders that pose a direct risk to community safety, such as terrorists and child sex offenders. And that's happened, by the way, at a state level, in my experience and my observation as well. So we need to act now to address this, based on the evidence, based on the reports, based on the Law Council's recommendation, based on Parliamentary Committee's recommendations. And looking at these bills, just briefly, I just want to say this is what that will do. We'll establish a Commonwealth Parole Board as a secondary statutory structure in the Federal Attorney General's portfolio. It will provide the Commonwealth Parole Board's membership, functions, decision-making, administrative arrangements for the release and management of federal offenders and other detainees. We will amend the Crimes Act of 1914 to replace the Attorney General with the Board as the decision-maker for the management release of federal offenders in the Committee on Parole and Licence, including the conditions under which they are released. We'll also make changes to the statutory timeframes for parole decision-making. The Board will bring together experts from a range of professions. If you listen to the member for Riverina, he obviously doesn't trust crime advocates, psychologists and other community safety experts, because they're the kind of people, experts in law and order, experts in law enforcement and corrective services staff, they're the people that will be on the board, because that's the people we would employ to be on the board. When recommending appointments to the board, the Attorney-General here would ensure that the board possesses a range and a mix of qualifications, experience and knowledge, and reflects as closely as possible the composition of the Australian community at large to ensure the integrity of the scheme. Many parts of the Australian community had different experiences of the criminal justice system, either as victims or offenders. It's important that the board's membership includes individuals with a range of skills, expertise, lived experience and knowledge of the needs of the people and groups of people significantly affected by the board's decisions. And that includes experts on law enforcement, the criminal justice system, the effective reintegration of offenders, making sure that people don't offend. Recidivism is a big issue in our community, and we've got to make sure that people no longer commit repeated offences. People who are involved in community issues, such as substance abuse or mental health issues, experts that understand these things and the impact of offences on victims. Now, I've got a lot of faith in the Attorney-General, but I don't think she would portray herself as someone with as an expert on substance abuse or mental health issues. She was a very experienced lawyer and a good parliamentarian as well. So she is not an expert. Neither am I, and I spent nearly 10 years practising in criminal law as well as other areas of litigation, and I don't consider myself an expert in the area, and my grade 12 biology at Bundamba State Secondary College does not qualify me for understanding anything in relation to the human brain and how it operates, can I just say. It does not. So we need experts in this area to strike a balance between having relevant subject expertise on the board and people who are respective and reflective of the wider community, in tune with community expectations and standards, and that's absolutely critical. Ultimately, community safety will be the board's highest priority. It's important to ensure that all decisions are made and assess risk when making decisions about parole. Now, we're going to have a chair, a deputy chair. It's not unusual. You would think when you listen to the member for Riverina, we just gather a few people off the street without any expertise and no knowledge and put them there and you can go into a room and make decisions. Look, we're going to have a chair and a deputy chair, 3 sessional members, have the power to amend, make, revoke, rescind parole for offenders. It's absolutely important. Now, we're going to consider a broad range of matters, and I won't go through the whole thing, but it's really important for people to understand that the board's remit does not override the states and territories. It's limited to federal convicted criminals committing crimes under the Commonwealth legislation, including drug importation, online child sex offenders, offending and social security fraud, amongst other things. Let's be clear, the board's going to make decisions in relation to terrorism offenders, and the bill won't change the statutory prohibition against parole for terrorist offenders. It's a very high threshold which must be met for terrorism offending for a person to gain parole, and parole can only be granted if there's an exceptional circumstances justifying the release, and that won't change at all. The board is expected to commence operation in the second half of 2026, subject to passage of legislation, and we've allocated money in relation to it. The feedback from stakeholders is overwhelmingly in favour of this method, including the Australian Law Reform Commission, the Law Council of Australia, National Legal Aid. The Law Council has had a long-standing position supporting the establishment of a Commonwealth Parole Board and welcomes the legislation. The Law Council said the Parole Board would protect the rights of prisoners to have an application for freedom considered in a transparent manner and without political interference. Indeed, the chair of the National Legal Aid and the chief executive of Legal Services South Australia had supported the change, saying it will promote high-quality, evidence-based decision-making and guard against the risk of politicisation. It's been welcomed by victim support groups and legal advocacy organisations. So in these circumstances, Deputy Speaker, I know how important this is, an important reform legislation. I think it's one of those things that the current Attorney-General can say at the end of her long career, I was involved in this process. It's a good thing. It's a good outcome. I have no qualms. I have no reservations in relation to this. This happens at the state and territory level. It's good practice. It's world's best practice. We should do it. It's long overdue, and I support the bills.
Thank the member for Blair, and I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank honourable members for their contributions to the debate on this bill. This legislation will ensure that decisions about the release and management of federal offenders are made by people who have the appropriate skills and experience to make decisions about an offender's prospects of rehabilitation and reintegration into the community, and ultimately the risks they pose to community safety. These bills will provide for the establishment of an independent Commonwealth Parole Board as a secondary statutory structure in the Attorney-General's Department. The members of the board will be independent statutory office holders.
The legislation will provide for the decision-making arrangements, structure and framework of the board to make independent, risk-informed decisions about the conditional release and management of federal offenders and other detained persons in accordance with Part 1B of the Crimes Act 1914. It will set out the membership of the board, the appointment process of board members and the mandatory requirements for board positions. These requirements will ensure that the board's membership includes individuals who have a diverse range of skills, expertise, lived experience and knowledge of the needs of people and groups of people significantly affected by the board's decisions. The board will also retain discretion to consider all information that is known and relevant to a decision and will have the appropriate information sharing powers to support their decision making. To reinforce the board's independence, this legislation explicitly states that the board is not subject to direction from anyone in performing or exercising its functions or powers. To support transparency and accountability, the Chair will be required to develop an annual report to be tabled in Parliament on the board's performance and its functions. The bills will also provide for a legislative review to commence 3 years after the board's commencement. The amendments to Part 1B of the Crimes Act will replace the Attorney-General with the board as the decision-maker for parole. The purpose of parole will continue to be the rehabilitation and reintegration of federal offenders and the protection of the community. These amendments will ensure the board has key decision-making powers, including the power to make, refuse to make or amend parole orders for federal offenders and to deal with other relevant matters such as release on licence orders, breaches and revocation of parole or licence orders, overseas travel requests and the ability to amend orders in certain circumstances. The amendments to the Crimes Act will also provide the board with the discretion to manage statutory deadlines for people being considered for parole. The legislation also provides for the necessary transitional arrangements. The establishment of the Commonwealth Parole Board will promote community safety and justice outcomes, as it will ensure these critical decisions are made by independent experts who are best placed to make the robust assessments of risk required to protect the community. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Attorney-General. The question is the bill now be read a second time. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. Clerk? I think the ayes have it. As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill, in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will be returned to the House for further consideration. Clerk?
Government business. Next order of the day, Commonwealth Parole Board Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025, resumption of debate on second reading.
I call the member for Jagaja. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Do we?
Are you speaking on the consequential bill?
The vet students loan?
No,
no.
Just a moment. The bill will be now read a second time. Is there anyone that wishes to speak? No? All right, I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. Against? No. I think the ayes have it. Okay. Noes have it. Okay. As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill, in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will be returned to the House for further consideration. Clerk?
Government business. Order of the day number 2, Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Call the member for Jagajaga.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, this bill addresses a technical but important issue in the administration of our vocational education loan system.
It ensures that students, training providers and the government all have the clarity and confidence that they deserve in the operation of the VET Student Loans Program. This is a responsible and necessary measure that fixes a problem identified during a review. It provides certainty to the sector and it strengthens the integrity of the system that supports tens of thousands of Australians to gain new skills and qualifications. I know that vocational education is a highly valued resource in my community, and much of this important work to upskill workers is happening in northeastern Melbourne, in my electorate of Jagga Jagga, thanks to some really important investments from our Labor government. Income contingent student loans for vocational education and training students were first introduced under the Rudd Labor government in 2008 under the VET Fee Help Scheme. That Act allowed VET providers to handle student tax file numbers, as those identifiers are essential to linking students' loans with their Australian Taxation Office accounts. In 2017, the VET Student Loans Program replaced the VET Fee Help Scheme. It brought in stronger integrity requirements and a new legislative framework, the VET Student Loans Act 2016. However, the new legislation did not explicitly provide a role for VSL providers to handle tax file numbers, even though the IT systems that supported the program continued to operate as they had under the previous framework. During a review of the program, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations identified this misalignment between the legislation and the technology platforms that manage loan applications and data. So, Deputy Speaker, this bill ensures that the law will now match what has occurred in practice. It retrospectively authorises the handling of students' tax file numbers by approved VSL providers for the purpose of administering student loans. This retrospective authorisation will apply from 1 January 2017, when the program commenced, until 30 September 2025, when final system updates fully remove the need for providers to handle tax file numbers. So put simply, this bill provides legal certainty that past actions that were taken in good faith to administer student loans were lawful. But while this bill deals with the past, it also ensures confidence for the future. Throughout 2025, the Department has implemented system updates to mask tax file numbers from providers and automate their secure transfer between the student interface and government systems. This means that from 1 October 2025, providers will no longer handle tax file numbers at all. These are important reforms that strengthen privacy and reduce administrative burden for training providers while maintaining integrity and accuracy in the loan system. I also want to assure members and students in my community that no students have been adversely affected by the past handling of tax file numbers, and that the Department has received no complaints relating to this issue since the program began in 2017. So, Deputy Speaker, this bill is all about certainty and integrity, but I also think it's about something broader. It's about the value that our government places on skills and training and the work we are trying to do to continue to build a robust TAFE and training system that is giving Australians the best possible future and the best possible chance at a good future with the job and the skills they need. And we know on this side that free TAFE is delivering real opportunity right around the country. It's helping hundreds of thousands of Australians to gain the skills they need, while also strengthening our workforce in key industries. And that's why I continue to be surprised that those opposite have free TAFE on the chopping block. Despite having recently gone to an election where it was wholeheartedly endorsed by my electorate and others, despite these results that we see through our TAFE and training sector, where people are getting the skills they need to get good jobs, where we are filling workforce shortages right around our country in really key industries, the Leader of the Opposition and her colleagues continue to come into this place and in fact go out to the community and oppose Australians getting the skills they want for the jobs we need. And I was here in the last Parliament when the Leader of the Opposition said, it's a key principle and tenet of the Liberal Party. If you don't pay for something, you don't value it. I want to be very clear. Our government does not see it that way. We believe in opportunity. We believe that every Australian, no matter their background or their postcode, deserves the chance to learn, to upskill, to work, and to build a better life for them and their families. We believe that education should open doors, not close them, that skills and knowledge are the great equalisers of our society. And so the truth is, as the Prime Minister has said, that no matter how far TAFE helps you climb or what opportunities it opens for you and your family, the Liberals and Nationals will always look down on the very education that gave you that lift. We do not see it in this way. That is the difference, Deputy Speaker. This opportunity to help people to get these skills, to get the future that they deserve, this is what drives and defines our government, helping Australians now while also building for the future. And I'm really pleased to see how this is playing out in my electorate in northeastern Melbourne. We have a number of excellent TAFEs and vocational institutions locally that have for many years been playing a vital role in creating opportunity, but which I know are feeling reinvigorated by this government's focus on skills and training and by the investments we are making in this.
So I'll just go and sit over there.
Just wait. He's still here. I certainly know that these skills are very much valued and the investment in TAFEs is very much valued. We are fortunate to have Melbourne Polytechnic campuses in both Greensborough and West Heidelberg. I visited these many times and I often hear from students about the quality of the education and support they receive. The Centre of Excellence at Melbourne's Polytechnic's West Heidelberg campus is already upskilling locals in Jagga Jagga and across Melbourne in critical and emerging industries. And this includes targeted training in affordable and environmentally sustainable construction techniques. So I was talking earlier about how our investment is helping to fill skills shortages. And this is really us using these skills, using this investment to not just give young people and other people the skills and training they need, but to deliver on our national housing needs, which is obviously especially timely given the significant housing investments we are making. By allowing these students at these facilities in my electorate, and as I said, right around Australia, to defer the cost of their tuition until they earn a sufficient income, this program opens the door to opportunities for thousands of Australians every year. Without it, many would not be able to study at all, and our businesses and communities would lose the benefits of a skilled and qualified workforce. And so that is why this bill and the broader work we are doing are so important in making sure that we have a system that operates in a strong, transparent way and is set up to deliver for our country now and into the future. So I'm really pleased that we have this bill fixing a technical issue that arose from the transition between the two loan schemes, providing students and providers with the certainty that they deserve. But I'm also really pleased that as a government we are putting such a focus on skills and training. I get to see frequently, as I said, what a difference that makes in my community. I always love meeting many of the particularly construction apprentices at the West Harderberg site and learning from them about the opportunities they see in their future, learning from their instructors about how important they know the work is. So we as a Labor government are opening up these doors for opportunity for everyone. We are saying this is not about how much money you earn, this is not about your background, this is an opportunity for every Australian to get the skills that they need to get a good job and to help us as a country to fill the workforces that we need. So I'm very pleased, as I said, to be speaking on this bill and to be supporting this bill and our government's broader work in skills and training. Thank you.
I thank the member for Jagga Jagga and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On this side of the House, we believe in technical education. We believe in equipping Australians with the skills they need to succeed in their futures. Those opposite don't believe in TAFE. They don't believe in the skills sector. On this side of the House, we believe in making TAFE more affordable. It's why we've drastically expanded access to fee-free TAFE right across the country. Those opposite say that if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. Well, in May, Australians showed that they disagreed. They elected a government that believes that Australians value bulk billing even when they don't pay for it because it keeps Australians healthy and working. They elected a government that believes Australians value 20% off their student loans because it lessens financial burdens that keep young people out of home ownership. They elected a government that believes Australians value investments in TAFE and investments in Australian skills because of the value that skills add to the Australian economy. The VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025 represents additional recognition of the value of the skills sector. It's a bill that represents real certainty to students, training providers and the government alike. This legislation is about fixing a gap. It ensures that the Vocational Education Training Student Loans Program, the system that helps tens of thousands of Australians train for essential jobs, continues to operate on firm and lawful footing. It matters to people right across my electorate of Hughes, from Liverpool to Menai to Ingleburn to Macquarie Fields. It matters to apprentices studying at the Loftus campus of TAFE Sutherland or TAFE Liverpool, to the next generation of builders in Macquarie Fields, and to parents returning to work after a break who rely on flexible vocational education to get ahead. It was fantastic to visit Macquarie Fields TAFE with Minister Giles, the Minister for Skills, and see all the members of our community who are learning new skills to help them get to the careers they want to achieve. The VET Student Loans Program replaced the old VET Fee Help Scheme in 2017. That change was necessary after widespread rorting of the old system. But during a review of how VET student loans were being administered, it became clear that the 2016 legislation did not explicitly authorise providers to handle students' tax file numbers. The tax file numbers needed to match student loans to their tax account. That created a technical inconsistency between what the system was required to do to function and what the law actually said providers could do. Training providers had to collect TFNs to process loans, but the law had never given them the power to do so. This bill fixes that inconsistency and retrospectively authorises vet providers' handling of TFNs from the time the program commenced on the 1st of January 2017 through to 30th of September 2025, when the IT systems of the department were able to remove the need for providers to handle TFNs altogether. This is not an additional loophole, it's not an additional power grab. This is just an alignment between the law and the technology that supports the vocational education system, providing certainty to students, training providers and government officers who have done the right thing, administering these loans in good faith. Regarding why this is retrospective and privacy, this change has no impact on students' privacy rights. Since 2017, vet providers have been required to meet strict information security and integrity standards. They must notify the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations if there is any data breach. They face civil and criminal penalties for any misuse of personal information. During a review of how vet student loans are administered, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations identified that there was no clear role for VSL providers to handle TFNs in the VSL Act, and stronger alignment between relevant IT systems and legislation was required for handling TFNs. Our government is taking steps to fix a problem identified during the review in the last term of government of how vet student loans, VSLs, were administered. We've taken action to ensure that this issue is resolved and that there is certainty for students and providers. The bill is a fix for an issue where VSL providers were handling tax file numbers when the 2016 VSL Act did not authorise it. The Department of Employment and Workplace Relations identified there is no clear role for VSL providers to handle tax file numbers in the Vet Student Loans Act 2016. A stronger alignment between relevant IT systems and legislation was required. And that's why this Albanese Labor government is bringing forward the Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025 to ensure that this alignment is fixed and this problem is resolved. This bill will retrospectively authorise vet student loan providers' handling of students' tax file numbers for administering the Vet Student Loans program. This bill will also provide certainty to providers and government officers that their past handling of students' TFNs for administering the Vet Student Loans program from the 1st of January 2017 to the 30th of September 2025 was lawful. The Department of Employment and Workplace Relations has, since early 2025, made updates to relevant IT systems to mask tax file numbers from VSL providers and automate the transfer of tax file numbers between relevant systems, meaning that VSL providers no longer need to handle tax file numbers. A tax file number is information that is essential for administering a loans program of this kind. This is because tax file numbers enable accurate tracking and repayment of vet student loans through the tax system. There will be no change to the way students apply for a vet student loan using electronic systems. there has been no VSL student complaints as a result of past tax file number handling practices for the purposes of the VSL program since it commenced. Providers have also been subject to security controls in the relevant IT systems and integrity safeguards to protect students' personal information. These safeguards include requirements for providers to comply with strict use and disclosure provisions that apply to vet information under the VSL Act, to undergo extensive approval processes to become an approved provider, and to notify the department of any student-related data breaches. These protections that have previously applied to VSL providers' handling of tax file numbers will continue to do so after the bill's commencement. This bill will apply to all current and former VSL providers and their officers who have handled students' tax file numbers to administer their VSL loan applications and their VET student loan itself prior to the 1st of October 2025. It also extends to other relevant persons, including the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations Secretary, the Commissioner of Taxation and Commonwealth officers. The Department of Employment and Workplace Relations has communicated with VSL providers about the IT changes throughout the year and continues to communicate with providers about this bill. This government is ensuring that there is certainty in this system and that no one else will be affected by a problem of this kind in the future. This government is determined to ensure that TAFE has a future in this country. VET student loans providers are registered training organisations approved by the Australian Government to deliver VSL approved courses, including TAFE institutions and private colleges. This bill will be applied retrospectively to be in effect from 1st of January 2017 to 30th of September 2025. This is a government that believes in the skills sector. And importantly, this is a government that is investing in the skills sector. I see the scepticism from the member for Goldstein, and we know that they don't value things that they don't pay for, but we know that Australians do. And Australians voted for a government that wants to invest in TAFE, that wants to invest in skills, and that's what this bill is part of. This bill modernises the skills sector to ensure that it fits the situation as it exists. And it's another way that the Albanese Labor government is delivering for Australians and delivering for the future of our skills sector. I commend the bill to the House.
Well, I thank the member for Hughes for their contribution. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm really proud to stand here today to speak about the VET student loans, miscellaneous measures Bill 2025. Might sound like a mouthful, Speaker, but it is simple, common sense fix that makes sure our vocational education and training loan system works the way it was supposed to. This bill is about making sure students and training providers have certainty. It's about cleaning up the technical issues in the law so that everything's been done to help students get their training loans has been done properly and lawfully. It's about making sure our system continues to be safe, secure and fair. Now, this isn't just one of those flashy bills that gets all the headlines. It doesn't come with a big new announcement or a big funding package, but it is still important because when you're dealing with something as serious as people's education and personal information, you've got to make sure the system is rock solid. If you're a student taking out a VET student loan, you want to know your personal details are protected. If you're a training provider, you want to know that your rules are being followed and that you're following them. And if you're a taxpayer, you want to know that the system is fair, transparent and being managed correctly. That's exactly what this bill delivers, Speaker. It understands what this bill does. It helps people to look back at how the system started. Back in 2008, the government introduced a scheme called Vet Fee Help. It gave vocational education students access to income contingent loans, meaning they could study now and pay later when they were earning enough. It was supposed to be a good thing, and it was ran under the Higher Education Support Act 2003, the same law that runs student loans for university students. Under that old scheme, training providers were allowed to handle students' tax file numbers or TFNs because they were needed to set up the loans and link them to the student's Australian Tax Office account. But as we all remember, that scheme went badly off the rails, Speaker. A handful of dodgy private providers took advantage of this system, signing people up for useless courses, offering free laptops and fake incentives and pocketing millions in taxpayers' dollars. The victims were often everyday Aussies, people on low incomes, people trying to upskill and get back into the workforce. Young people who were just starting out and people in rural and regional areas like mine in the Hunter who just wanted a fair go. The system lost trust and the students lost out. So in 2017, the government replaced Vet Fee Help with Vet Student Loans program. It was a complete overhaul, Speaker. It brought a whole new act, the Vet Student Loans Act 2016, with stricter rules, tighter controls and better protection for students and taxpayers. It weeded out the bad operators, made sure only quality providers could access the scheme and brought back a bit of faith in the vocational training system. But there was one small detail that slipped through the cracks, Speaker. When the new Act was written, it didn't clearly say that VET student loan providers were authorised to handle students' tax file numbers. The old system allowed it, the new one didn't mention it, but the IT system and the processes that linked the loans to the tax system stayed the same. That meant that since 2017, providers have still been collecting and using TFNs while students applied for VET student loans because you can't set up a student loan without a tax file number. It's what allows repayments to happen through the tax system once a student starts earning enough. The Department of Employment and Workplace Relations picked up on this issue during a review. They realised that while providers had been doing everything right in practice, the law hadn't kept up. There was no clear legal wording that allowed them to handle those TFNs under the VET Student Loan Act. So this bill fixes that problem, Speaker. It retrospectively authorises approved VET student loans providers to handle students' tax file numbers since the program began on the 1st of January 2017. It also covers government officials and agencies that were involved in administrating those loans, like the Department of the Commissioner of Taxation and other Commonwealth offices. In simple terms, the bill says that it will provide that what it providers and officials did to help students access VET loans was lawful. It gives everyone certainty and protects them from any potential legal issues that could have came up because of a small gap in the law. It's important to point out that this bill doesn't give providers any new powers. It doesn't let them collect or use tax file numbers in the future. In fact, it does the opposite. Throughout 2025, the Department of Education and Workplace Relations has updated the IT systems used to run the VET Student Loans program. Those updates mean that from September 2025, providers no longer need to handle a tax file number at all. The system now automatically and securely transfers that information between the student and the government systems. The TFN is masked so providers can't see it, store it or use it. This bill isn't about giving more access, it's about closing the gaps and strengthening privacy. It makes sure everything that's been done since 2007 is lawful and everything going forward is even more secure. Some people might hear the word retrospective and think, hang on, what's going on here, Speaker? Retrospective laws should always be used carefully and they should only ever be used to fix something that needs to be fixed, not change the rules after the fact. That's what's happening here, Speaker. This bill doesn't change anyone's rights. It doesn't remove any protections. It doesn't let anyone off the hook. What it does, though, is confirm that everything that's already been done under the VET student loan program was done properly and lawfully. It gives certainty to students, providers and also to the government. And it's worth noting that since the program started in 2017, they haven't had any complaints from students about how tax file numbers were handled. There's been no evidence of misuse or privacy breaches. That's because the system has always had strong protections in place. Approved providers have to go through a detailed approval process before they can even offer VET student loans. Their directors and senior staff are checked to make sure they fit and proper people run a training business. They have to meet ongoing compliance requirements. If they misuse personal information or fail to protect it, they face serious civil and criminal penalties. They also have to notify the department if there's ever a data breach. These rules have been there since day one and they're staying in place. Nothing in this bill weakens them. It just makes sense that everything is now legally watertight and in line with how systems operate. Now, when we're talking about fixing systems like this, it's about more than just tidying up paperwork. It's about trust. It's about showing that government is paying attention, that we're fixing the things that need to be fixed, and that we're not afraid to clean up problems that have been sitting there for years. We all remember what went wrong under the old vet fee help system. There were rorts, there were scams, and huge amounts of taxpayer dollars wasted. People were signing up to courses they didn't even know they were in. Some of the stories were absolutely heartbreaking. Labor fixed that mess by replacing it with a better, stronger and more transparent system. And we've continued to make sure it keeps improving. This bill is part of that work. It's not about rewriting the rules. It's about confirming that the rules we have been followed to and are solid and lawful. It gives students confidence that their personal information was handled properly. It gives providers confidence that they've done the right thing as well. And it gives the public confidence that the VET student loan system is being managed with integrity. Every year, thousands of Australians rely on vocational education and training to build better lives for themselves. They're the people training to be lecos, mechanics, childcare workers, aged care workers, chefs, welders, boilies and hospitality staff, or maybe even fitters like myself. They're the backbone of this country and the people that keep things running. In regions like mine across the Hunter, vocational training is a huge lifeline. It's how people get their start. It's how industries find skilled workers. And it's how local communities keep growing. So when we make sure the system behind that training is stronger and fair, we're investing in those people. The Albanese Labor government has been clear that we're backing skills and training. We've delivered hundreds of thousands of fee-free TAFE places. So cost isn't a barrier for people who want to study. We've worked with the states and territories on new national skills agreement that puts TAFE right at the heart of the system. We're investing in modern training facilities and better equipment. We're rebuilding trust in the vocational education because we know how vital it is for Australia's future workforce. And this bill is part of that story. It's a small fix, but a hugely important one. It's about making sure the system works as it should behind the scenes so students and providers can focus on what really matters: learning, training and building a future. It's also worth noting that this bill doesn't cost anything. It doesn't change the way students apply for their loans. The Electronic Commonwealth Assistance Form, or the ECAF, will keep working exactly the same way as it does now. The difference is now, behind the scenes, everything is properly aligned between the IT systems and actually legislation. This bill also protects the integrity of government officers who are doing their jobs in good faith. It makes sure that officials in the department or the tax office who help process these loans weren't unknowingly breaching the law because of a gap in some wording. It provides a legal certainty and peace of mind that everyone was operating properly. And I want to make something else clear, Speaker. Commonwealth officers are bound by the same standards and laws as always. They must continue to follow Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act and the Public Services Act. Noting, nothing in this bill changes those obligations for any of them. So in summary, this bill fixes a problem identified in administration of the VET student loans program. It aligns the legislation with how the system actually is meant to be operated. It provides retrospective authorisation that providers and officials are protected. It strengthens privacy protections. It doesn't change the way students apply. It doesn't give anyone any new powers. And it gives confidence and certainty to everyone involved. This is good, practical government. It's what happens when you pay attention, listen to the experts, and take the time to fix the small things that keep the system running smoothly. The VET Students Loan Program is an important part of Australia's educational system. It helps people get skilled, find work and build a better life. It deserves to operate on strong, clear and lawful foundations. And that's exactly what this bill delivers, Speaker. Investing in skills is one of the smartest things a government can do. It builds our workforce, it supports small local business as well as large business in this country. It gives people pride and purpose. And it helps communities like mine in the Hunt to thrive. We want every Australian, no matter where they live or what their backgrounds are, to have the chance to study, train and succeed. The VET Student Loans Program helps make this possible. And this bill makes sure it continues to run properly and securely. So while it may look like a small technical measure, it has huge impacts. It keeps the system strong, it protects students, it reassures providers, and it ensures the law reflects what is happening in the real world. That is why I'm proud to support the VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025. It's another step in strengthening our training system, backing Australian students and doing what good governments should do, fixing problems properly and making things work better. I commend the bill to the House. Thank you, Speaker.
And I thank you, the member for Hunter, for their contribution. The question before the Federation Chamber is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of the VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill. I don't think it is possible to understate just how important vocational education is. To put it simply, it changes lives, giving students career paths, helping them gain skills and confidence, and opening doors that might otherwise be closed to so many. It is also absolutely vital to ensure the effective running of our country, from tradies to childcare workers, nurses to baristas, and even graphic designers and HR workers. There are endless possibilities available through TAFE and private vocational education providers. And the Vet Fee Help Scheme has helped to make these careers possible for so many people, deferring costs just like the university system and supporting students with income contingent loans. For many, they could not go to TAFE without this. Education would simply be out of reach. So it is absolutely vital that the systems and processes that make this possible are fit for purpose and clear for all. The VET student loans legislation has been in place since 2017, and during a review, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations identified an issue with how VET student loans were administered. The issue related to the handling of student tax file numbers and showed that there was no clear role for VET student loan providers to handle them. So we are taking action to fix that today, and I'm really pleased about that, applying the new rules retrospectively to ensure that there is continuity and clarity in how the law should be applied. At the same time, the department has been working on its back-end IT systems to mask tax file numbers and automate the transfer of them between relevant systems. So this bill will both make the previous handling of the tax file numbers lawful, while also making that unnecessary and restricted in the future, streamlining the process and ensuring the loans can be administered properly. I do want to stress that providers have always been subject to security controls and integrity safeguards in order to protect students' personal information. These protections and safeguards will continue. It is also important to note here that there will be no change to the way students apply for or receive these loans. We have invested $42.2 million over 4 years from the 1st of July 2023 to build a modernised vet student loans IT system that further strengthens the department's administration of the vet student loans program. From the start of 2026, vet student loans will be underpinned by a new modern assessment and payment system. Just one of the ways we are improving government processes and efficiencies to help businesses and the Australian people. Deputy Speaker, as I said at the beginning, vocational education changes lives. It is so incredibly important, and to be frank, without it we would lose workers from a whole range of critical industries that keep this country moving. The Albanese Labor government believes in TAFE, and we believe in vocational education. We will always invest in TAFE because we understand the hugely significant role that it plays in our community. And that's why we have worked hard to make TAFE free for over 685,000 students across Australia since 2023. That includes more than 50,000 childcare workers and more than 73,000 care economy workers, more than 11,000 construction workers and more than 10,000 clean energy workers with certificates 3 and 4 in electrotechnology, electrician and plumbing and services, just to name a few. In the Illawarra alone, between January 2024 and June 2025, 4,781 people have benefited from free TAFE. How incredible is that? Deputy Speaker, just recently I was so excited to join with the Minister for Skills and Training, along with the New South Wales Minister for Skills, TAFE and Tertiary Education, the member for Kira and the member for Wollongong, to officially launch the brand new renewable energy training facility at Wollongong TAFE. Funded with $2.5 million in Australian government funding that I was delighted to secure under the TAFE Technology Fund, these mobile training units will bring renewable energy education and career engagement programs directly to students in regional communities like the Illawarra. We had so much fun trying out all of the fantastic equipment, cycling to power household appliances, virtual reality welding, tracking electricity consumption across Australia and so much more. The project includes a mobile community engagement truck featuring virtual reality experiences and interactive displays that showcase renewable energy concepts and career pathways. A mobile training truck providing hands-on experience with wind turbine, solar and electric vehicle components aligned to TAFE New South Wales qualifications, and 2 dual-purpose shipping containers that double as mobile classrooms, fitted with renewable energy systems, battery storage and interactive learning tools. It was a collaboration with the University of Wollongong through the Energy Futures Skills Centre, another amazing centre that we have invested $10 million in to create the clean jobs workforce of the future. Impeccably designed by Australian company Exhibition Studios and their incredible team, with special mention to Carl Meyer, Megan O'Neill and Matthew Riley, with all jobs remaining here in Australia. And I want to also acknowledge the incredible work of Professor Ty Christopher, Director of the Energy Futures Network at the University of Wollongong. Without Ty's passion, incredible knowledge and dedication to a better energy future, none of this would be possible. I know that in the Illawarra we absolutely must be training the workers of the future, preparing the workforce and our community for the energy transition that we absolutely must have. It's already here. It has already started. There are plenty of jobs already being created in the Illawarra as we carve ourselves a spot as a clean energy powerhouse. And I am absolutely sure that these mobile training units will play a key role in that future. And I also just want to touch briefly on another exciting announcement to come out of the Energy Futures Skills Centre just last week, the launch of the Energy Futures Zone at the Science Space located at the University of Wollongong's Innovation Campus. I could not have been more excited to open this new space on Thursday last week, along with the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Wollongong, Max Liu. No run-of-the-mill cutting of ribbon for us. We got to open the zone with a liquid nitrogen science experiment, which I have to say is probably one of the most fun openings that I have ever done. Zones to learn, zones to practice skills, and zones to get excited about the jobs possibilities of the future, all in an interactive environment for everyone aged 5 to 105. Working in partnership with the TAFE units and with the broader Energy Futures Skills Centre, which will open next year, this is how we will ensure that the Illawarra is ready, skilled and available to supply the workforce we need tomorrow and for the future. It's one of the things that I have been so proud to deliver for our community, because I know this is absolutely going to transform our local economy and transform the lives of so many young people who will gain essential skills and knowledge that they need. The renewable training facility is not all we are doing to invest in Wollongong TAFE. The Illawarra is home to a thriving advanced manufacturing industry that is innovating and growing both locally, nationally and internationally. We've got BlueScope, of course, the backbone of the Illawarra for 50 years, and we've also got newer innovators like Hysata, Gravitas, Sakona Battery Technologies, and so many more that are working to ensure that Australia and the world has the tools and the technology for our future. These companies are expanding, they are innovating, and they need a workforce pool that they can call on with the skills needed to really contribute to these growing industries. And that's why I am also really excited that the Albanese Labor government has invested $23.53 million, matched by the New South Wales government, to develop the Illawarra Heavy Industry Manufacturing Centre of Excellence. This Centre of Excellence will focus on traditional and renewable manufacturing to support the development of a skilled workforce that can meet the demands of new technologies and rising automation. It will provide targeted training in traditional and renewable heavy industry manufacturing for the defence and transport sectors. It will also integrate emerging technologies and automation into training, equipping students for work in digital, electrical and robotic manufacturing, and also deliver micro skills and micro credentials to upskill current workers. It is absolutely amazing that we will have one of only 3 of these centres of excellence based in the Illawarra, because it is not just one piece that will help our economy transition from a coal-based workforce to the new clean energy market. It is all of these pieces together, combined with real investment in industries and the companies that are doing that work. They are being given the signals that the Illawarra is serious about playing a significant role in that transition. Young people are excited for the jobs that the clean energy transition is providing and will provide. They want to be a part of it because they see it as their future. And local companies see that too. We're backing them in with our Future Made in Australia policies, with the Industry Growth Fund that is helping local companies like Gravitas scale their innovation and bring it to the world market. We believe in the transition, we believe in the jobs and opportunities that it can provide, and we are backing it with world-class education and training. Free TAFE and vet loans put this within reach of everyone in our community, telling them that this future for them is possible and they can fulfil that dream to be part of this new revolution. We are also backing apprentices, supporting and encouraging businesses to invest in the education of our future workforce. As of December 2024, the electorate of Cunningham has 2,790 apprentices. Our government is investing in apprentices because we know how important they are for our economy and how important they are for growing skills. Apprentices support businesses. They put young people on a viable career pathway, and they ensure that we have the skilled workforce we need for the future. We're doubling the level of support for apprentices who finish a trade in the residential housing sector and in the clean energy sector, providing them with a $10,000 incentive payment under the Key Apprenticeships program. The program provides eligible apprentices with $10,000 in incentive payments on top of their wages over the life of their apprenticeship to work in housing construction and over 40 different energy careers. We've also increased the living away from home allowance from the 1st of July this year to help apprentices who are struggling with the cost of relocating to undertake their apprenticeship. Investing in apprentices means we will have more tradies, which means more homes can be built today, tomorrow and in the future. And it encourages more people into the sectors that are playing a crucial role in transitioning our economy to net zero and supporting our aspiration for a future made in Australia. Eligible apprenticeships include designing and constructing, hydroelectricity, solar and battery installations, electric vehicle maintenance and more. This is great news for young people and it is great news for the future of our country. I am so excited to see what the future will hold. I have been a big supporter of renewable energy because I can see the potential. I can see the opportunities that it holds, particularly in regional areas like ours. Net zero is the future. It has to be and it will be. And I want to see the Illawarra embrace it. Because the reality is we embrace it or we miss out. These jobs will be created and we want them to be created right in the Illawarra. We want those jobs for our kids as well as for those workers in fossil fuel industries that are facing huge challenges and changes ahead. There is opportunity and as a government it is our job to make sure we are putting support into the right places to allow community and industry to move in the direction that we need them to move in. And that starts with vocational education. It must be affordable, it must be accessible and it must be fit for purpose. And that is what I see as the common denominator across all these areas I have just outlined. Affordable vocational education using state-of-the-art equipment in the regions, local and accessible to anyone who wants to embrace it. I am a proud supporter of TAFE and a proud backer of vocational education. I am pleased to see this bill supporting the mechanisms that allow young people to access VET loans while securing their information. And I really want to thank the Minister for Skills and Training for his work, not only on this bill, but his commitment to affordable and accessible vocational education. It was a pleasure to have him in Wollongong just recently, and I look forward to welcoming him back soon. I also want to take this opportunity to say a huge thank you to all of our hard-working TAFE and vocational education teachers. The work that you do is so valued and so valuable. Lastly, I want to acknowledge all of those businesses who are taking on apprentices, investing in their education and their future. I want you all to know that you are making a difference in someone's life and giving them the key to their future. The Albanese Labor government will continue doing all we can to support business, support students and support our community by investing in TAFE, investing in the jobs of the future and creating a future made in Australia. I commend the bill to the House.
And I thank the member for Cunningham. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the VET Student Loans Bill before the House, and vocational education and training is skills-based learning, and it produces our builders and bakers, aged care workers, healthcare workers, electricians, technicians, gardeners, landscapers and many, many, many more. These are great careers, but importantly, they're jobs that keep our economy thriving. The Albanese government has always supported TAFE and vocational education, and that's why we introduced fee-free TAFE. Fee-free TAFE has opened many pathways for Australians to build a new path in life. Fee-free TAFE is removing financial barriers for students undertaking vocational education and training courses. Fee-free TAFE opens doors for all Australians, whether you're finishing school, changing careers or upskilling. In my own electorate, just last month, I visited Eagle Farm TAFE alongside the Minister for Skills and Training. Now, the Eagle Farm campus is nestled in the east of the electorate and is largely in an industrial hub that sits north of the Brisbane River. It is high-tech. There are robots, there's 3D, there's everything you can think of. It offers a diverse range of trades and courses for many occupations and for many constituents in my electorate and beyond. That TAFE College is training students right now in automation, security, locksmithing, glass glazing, boat building, telecommunications, renewable technologies, utilities and telecommunications. And while I was there, I met Zach and Tai and their class, and they were finishing their locksmithing apprenticeship. Yes, locksmithing. Like many jobs, the skill requirements have changed, and technology and electronics now feature very heavily. But Tai's just from across the river, but Zach came all the way down from Townsville. But they talked about the things that they were learning and the new pathways TAFE has opened for them. After 4 years, they're both excited to be fully qualified locksmiths. Now, this is a great example of how our government, the Labor government, is helping young people achieve their dreams. TAFEs like Eagle Farm Campus are delivering the skills and training needed to grow Australia's economy, caring for Australians, building the homes we need, supporting and building renewable energy, and creating a future made in Australia. Now, fee-free TAFE, we've heard a bit about it from our earlier speaker, is part of training more Australians for these high-demand industries. Fee-free TAFE is a Labor legacy and has been extraordinarily popular, with many constituents in my electorate signing up. Over 128,000 Queenslanders are enjoying fee-free TAFE and are saving thousands in student fees thanks to the Albanese Labor government. Free TAFE is also required to build the Australia of tomorrow, making it easier for Australians to pick up the tools and get into high-demand industries. From school leavers to career changes, TAFE opens the doors to opportunity and lifelong learning. Places like Eagle Farm TAFE have been put at the heart of vocational education and training sector with the states and the territories, about growing our investment in fee-free TAFE and continuing to build a national network of TAFE centres of excellence. TAFE is just as valuable as university. It gives Australians of all ages the skills they need to build their future. And we see life-changing benefits, not only in my electorate of Brisbane, but also across Australia. Every week, more Australians are enrolling in fee-free TAFE courses and more are getting qualified to make their contribution. Recent free TAFE data shows enrolments and course completions continuing to reach new milestones, showing just how popular this Albanese government program is. Hundreds of thousands of Australians are now directly benefiting from the program, with fee-free TAFE enrolments now over 725,000. The Albanese government's free TAFE policy focuses on priority areas between the government and the states and territories to help address skill shortages. Priority areas include construction, health, aged care, manufacturing, technology and digital. And one important skill area that is required in my electorate is construction, where we need skilled tradies from across the vocations. We are teaching Australians the skills to build the homes and the infrastructure required for our growing cities and suburbs. But we also need to supercharge our housing build to get more homes built sooner, and we can't do this without training more people in essential trades. Across Australia, construction sector courses have seen a surge in sign-ups, with 59,000 enrolments, making them the third most popular type of free TAFE course. This popularity shows how effective and essential free TAFE is. There is a strong take-up in construction sector courses like carpentry, plumbing, building and construction and electro-technology. Fee-free TAFE is particularly benefiting Australians from priority cohorts, with 170,000 young Australians, 124,000 job seekers and 30,000 First Nations Australians enrolling in the programs. Fee-free TAFE is breaking down barriers for Australians to learn the skills we need, and this program is saving Australians thousands of dollars and helping set them up for new careers with secure, well-paid work, setting them up for life. So if you've been at home sitting on the fence and thinking about a career change, or you're just starting to think about your career, reach out to a TAFE campus near you. You never know, it just might change your life. But Deputy Speaker, a future made in Australia is a cornerstone of our economic and industrial policy and is one of the many measures to achieve our net zero ambitions. And the Albanese government continues to deliver an ambitious reform agenda to strengthen the vocational education and training sector, close national skills gaps and train the skilled workforce we need right across the country. Around $600 million in measures in the 24-25 budget will bolster skills growth and develop the clean energy, construction and manufacturing sectors, as well as support apprentices, help break down barriers for women in male-dominated industries. We will see demand and job growth in areas such as our critical minerals, batteries, solar panel manufacturing, electric vehicle mechanics and much, much more. And these investments continue our work to remove the cost of barriers to education and training and incentivise people to train in areas our economy needs the most. Now, this bill before the House, though, will provide certainty to vet student loan providers and government officers that their past handling of student tax file numbers in the student loan program from 2017 was lawful under taxation and privacy laws. It's a little technical. Income contingent student loans for vocational education and training students were first introduced in 2008 under the former Vet Fee Help scheme. Now, this scheme operated under legislation that allowed for the handling of student tax file numbers by vet fee help providers and higher education loan program providers. And this continued under the Vet Student Loan program with its own legislative framework. But a review of how the vet student loans are administered by the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations identified that there is no clear role for vet student loan providers to handle tax file numbers in the Vet Student Loan Act, and stronger alignment between relevant IT systems and legislation was required for handling tax file numbers. So the department has since early 2025 made updates to relevant IT systems to mask tax file numbers from the vet student loan providers and automate the transfer of tax file numbers between relevant systems, meaning that vet student loan providers no longer need to handle tax file numbers. But this bill ensures that the alignment by retrospectivity ensures that vet student loan providers were authorised to handle students' tax file numbers to administer the vet student loan program. And I understand it's unlikely that there will be any persons adversely affected by the retrospective operations of the bill, and there have been no vet student loan student complaints as a result of past tax file number handling practices since the commencement of the vet student loan program. Now, the vet student loan program does have strict use and disclosure provisions that are applied to vet information under the Vet Student Loan Act, which vet student loan providers must comply with. And these protections have previously applied to providers and will continue to apply after the bill's commencement. These safeguards include requirements for providers to, 1, comply with strict use and disclosure provisions that apply to vet information under the Vet Student Loan Act, undergo extensive approval processes to become an approved provider, 3, notify the department of any student-related data breaches, and these protections have previously applied to vet student loan providers handling tax file numbers and will continue to do so after the commencement of this bill. So with this bill, we are ensuring that there is certainty in the system and that no one else will be affected by any problems in the future. Now, the Labor government's approach to vocational training is in complete contrast to those opposite. The Coalition cut $3 billion from TAFE last time they were in government, and almost 10,000 jobs were lost. The Coalition at the last election also threatened to end fee-free TAFE. Now, during this time of cost of living pressures and demand for vocational skills, free TAFE is an essential program to build Australia. Australian voters decided to back TAFE and prevent the Coalition stopping investment in TAFE like they did the last time they were in government. We want to make sure Australians can go on to have well-paid and secure jobs, and fee-free TAFE creates those opportunities for individuals as well as for investing in the future of our great country. And that's why the Albanese government has legislated permanent free TAFE to ensure Australians can continue to access courses without the cost barrier. We are locking in 100,000 fee-free places each year from 2027. Now, after a decade of neglect under the Liberals, the Albanese government is rebuilding vocational education and training and building out that sector. Free TAFE continues to be an enormous success, helping Australians get ahead while easing cost of living pressures. More than 500,000 Australians are gaining skills and the opportunity to work in meaningful jobs that give back to our society. Like Zach and Tahi I met, students across the country are saying how life-changing fee-free TAFE has been for them. And this bill, like fee-free TAFE, is part of the many ways we are rebuilding and securing our vocational education system to keep Australia thriving and to build the Brisbane and Australia of tomorrow.
And I thank the member for Brisbane. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I understand that the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation into Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November this year.
That is correct, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I'll ask the attendant to collect a copy of that. And I thank the member for Pearce.
Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I'll give the call to the member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on the Vet Student Loans Bill. On this side of the House, we know the importance of vocational education and training and its impact on opening up opportunities for so many in my community and right across Australia. Whether it's a young person beginning their journey in the workforce or someone looking to reskill or upskill, a need which will become even more important to help address the economic changes our country is witnessing. It's the confidence of knowing that there are initiatives such as VET and TAFE systems that are not only available but funded, supported and protected by the Albanese Labor government, that gives certainty to students enrolled and looking to be enrolled, knowing they have a government that supports them on their journey. And I want to highlight the importance of VET student loans to my community, to Australians and to our economy. The VET student loans program makes vocational education and training more accessible to Australians. It enables students to undertake a VET course and defer the payment of tuition fees through an income contingent loan, a similar scheme to the HELP HEX loans that enable university students to defer their fees until they pass certain wage thresholds. It's very much about fairness in our tertiary education system. It provides financial support to students undertaking higher level training and courses that address workplace and industry needs. These courses have arguably never been more important with respect to employment outcomes and opportunities, with the opportunities it affords by helping to address skills shortages in industries right across our economy, involving fields such as science, technology, engineering or mathematics and occupational licensing trades. This is particularly important for communities such as mine. Without programs such as the VET student loans, many students will not have the opportunity to undertake tertiary studies. Australian businesses and the economy would also miss out on the skill these students and alumni bring to our industries. Our government is taking steps to fix a problem identified during a review of how VET student loans were administered in relation to the handling of a student's tax file number by a provider when completing an application for a VET student loan. The use of a tax file number plays a critical role when it comes to the use of a loan scheme, such as a VET student loan. It enables students to accurately track and repay their loans via the tax system. This legislation will take steps that will see providers no longer be required to handle tax file numbers for students. It provides the Department of Workplace Relations with the ability to realign its IT systems to enable this to occur. The changes will allow the department to mask tax file numbers of students and allow for the department to transfer tax file numbers within their relevant systems, relinquishing VET student loan providers from the need to handle tax file numbers. We've taken action to ensure that this issue is resolved and that there is certainty for students and providers. It provides integrity to the system and ensures that there's no disruption imposed on both students and providers. Students will still be able to fulfil the enrolment process when applying for a loan using the electronic Commonwealth Assistance Form as they were before these reforms. We're a government that believes that bureaucracy should not override practicality, so that technicalities don't hinder vocational education and training, does not hinder progress, and does not inhibit the Albanese Labor government's focus on the skills and training required for today and into the future. Speaker, these changes reflect the careful and considered work of our government in ensuring that Australians are able to participate in acquiring the skills they need to pursue the career of choice. And as they embark on their education journey, it can be one with confidence, knowing that the system works. On this side of the House, we'll continue to fight for VET and TAFE because we understand that a strong vocational education system is vital to addressing the economic challenges and the opportunities that are before us. Australia's economy, both at present and going into the future, depends on a workforce with the skills that vocational training helps deliver. The ability to skill and reskill our workforce that advance both our economy and Australia's national interest, delivering the future of energy and housing, delivering on manufacturing and delivering on a future made in Australia. We understand the importance of having a workforce with the skills needed to seize new industries, support employers, meet community needs and stay competitive. And we, on this side of the House, back this in through policy and with purpose. Speaker, an example of how our government has used the opportunities that skills and training provide will be the support provided to those who will be on the front line in addressing the need to build more housing. Because we on this side of the House understand the role that apprentices play in addressing housing supply. Our government has invested in our future tradies by expanding the key apprenticeship program to include a housing construction apprenticeship stream, providing up to $10,000 in financial incentives to new apprentices. This is on top of other key initiatives addressed at both supporting apprentices in their work whilst also delivering real cost of living relief, which include the living away from home allowance and the Australian Apprentice Training Support Payment and priority hiring incentive. Speaker, this government's commitment to skills and training extends beyond VET. Free TAFE reflects what the Albanese Labor government stands for, providing real cost of living relief while also advancing opportunities for Australians to get the skills they need to participate in our workforce. Free TAFE and our TAFE system more broadly has been the cornerstone of economic participation in communities like mine. In my electorate of Cornwall, which has seen major changes to its industrial base, specifically the fall of the automotive industry that saw Ford and a raft of employers dependent on Ford close down, which caused job losses for thousands in my electorate and surrounding areas. Our supply chains torn up, manufacturing driven out of our community by a Liberal Party that launched a full-scale attack on Australian manufacturing, on Australian industry, on Australian jobs and on Australian families. It is these types of workers who will find the provision of VET, TAFE and specifically free TAFE of significant help. Speaker, when workers need to reskill, find their feet again in the workforce, to regain the dignity of work and provide for themselves and their families, initiatives like this are a necessity. We have those on the other side, those responsible for destroying Australian industry, whose imagination cannot extend beyond the vision of Australia solely as a quarry, shipping our resources overseas, no value-added manufacturing, and driving down Australia's economic and manufacturing complexity to the floor. While we set standards, they see floors as ceilings. As the now Leader of the Opposition has said, if you don't pay for something, you don't value it, when talking about free TAFE. What a cynical view of the Australian people. Those opposite view communities like mine, view the Australian people with disdain. We on this side value free TAFE, and we value the Australians who benefit from free TAFE. Whether it's a young person leaving school and beginning their journey into further education, towards starting their career, or someone who's been retrenched in middle age, a difficult experience, but regrettably was not an uncommon experience in my electorate when those opposite were in charge, who actively goaded our local industry to leave, seeing thousands of workers across Melbourne's north left to fend for themselves in an act of economic vandalism only those opposite could ever put together. Speaker, workers like the ones I just mentioned are a key reason why fee-free TAFE is so critical. We remove a key barrier for those who need the opportunity and assistance the most. It's real cost of living relief for those who are looking to rejoin the workforce after a job loss, or for younger Australians who are set to benefit. That's why our government is supporting 100,000 places in free TAFE each year from 2027. On this side of the House, we understand that if we embark on large initiatives, such as a Future Made in Australia and the Housing Australia Future Fund, then we need to invest and support the institutions that will train and equip our workforce with the skills necessary to see these initiatives through and enable Australians to participate in the employment opportunities that these record investments bring. I am proud of the work that TAFEs do in my electorate, like the Kangan Institute. And I want to thank the Minister for Skills and Training for his steadfast advocacy when it comes to providing greater access to skills and training opportunities for all Australians. I know his commitment to our community, to Melbourne's North, and to all Australians seeking to skill and upskill and reskill. Fighting for greater access to education, irrespective of one's background or circumstances, is a core Labor principle. A principle that drives members on this side of the House and indeed the Albanese Labor government. The Albanese Labor government's commitment to opening opportunities to pursue education also extends to students enrolled in university and to those who have graduated. The very first thing we legislated was to cut student debt by 20% and to change the way fees are indexed and repayments are made going forward. We legislated this promise, this commitment, and soon student debt reductions, in fact, already have come into effect, providing major cost of living relief to so many Australians. I want to also thank and acknowledge the work of the Minister for Education, someone who cares deeply about education, but equally the importance of the access and opportunity that education brings, particularly and importantly to our outer suburbs. This reform is often associated with university students who have incurred a HECS debt from either their current or prior university studies. But it's not limited to just the cohort of students who attended a university, as over 280,000 vet students' loans and Australian apprenticeship support loans will also see a 20% reduction. This gives students more financial freedom to focus on doing what matters to them. And it's worth noting, Speaker, often this comes at a critical time in their lives, as they are starting a family, looking to purchase a new home and tackling the cost of living. On top of the 20% reduction in student loans, the Albanese Labor government has provided real support to students in my community in Melbourne's outer suburbs. For students in areas that I represent, it can be difficult to access university campuses. The government understands this challenge and has acted by establishing a suburban university study hub in my electorate, because we know that where these study hubs are, university participation rates go up. During the opening of the University Study Hub in my electorate, a student shared her experience of how the University Study Hub has enabled her to cut her commute time down to just minutes, thanks to the close proximity of the University Study Hub. This has enabled her to be able to study and focus on these studies without disruptions to her work and personal life. Students shared not only the convenience that the University Study Hub delivers, but also the importance of being able to access an environment and the facilities, resources and added wraparound support that it provides. One student was the first in her family to attend a university, a milestone. Students like this are the reason why we fight for education on this side of the House. I am proud to support this bill, and we will always support and fight for measures that make our education system more accessible, more stronger and fairer. I commend this bill to the House.
And I thank the member for Colwell, and I give the call to the member for Brisbane to move the adjournment.
I move that debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
Thank the member for Brisbane. The question now before the Federation Chamber is that debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Brisbane has the call.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
And I think the member for Wide Bay. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, the 26th of November 2025.